Oh no, wrong song! Wrong song! Wrong song!
We the boys.
Oh! Who entertains you like we do? Who brings together the constituent parts of divergent pieces of sauce together into a pot that becomes the masala of life? Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Go Live, the Saturday evening talk show brought to you by GameOnDaily, a totally serious journalistic website and shit that we were intending to be taken seriously, like the Game Awards, but also unlike the Game Awards. Thank you so much for joining us. What a fucking show we have for you today. Shut the Cole. I want you to say the F word today. I want you to say fuck today. Because you have to. You've got your long time foe in the same chat. How are they going to handle it? I don't even know, chat. I don't even know, but I'm here for the source. Before we get into introducing these lovely, incredible guests, one of whom who's making their debut and Go Live, let me introduce Asa Walker. You are now going to be the voice of reason. Go for it. Oh yeah.
Am I really? No, I'm enjoying this so far because you're energetic, but you're relatively coherent. Most weeks when you start like that, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I think you're on it today. I think it's going to be great. We've got, like you say, Colt and a brand new guest in Oti who hails from the little console war area that I'm not so into, but he's one of the few. There's like you got console warriors, and you got this really small percentage that are actually funny, and he's one of them. So I'm looking forward to it. Let's get into this one.
I hope I'm that percentage. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck you. Shout out to 349 of you already here in the chat. Hit the like button. We have so much to talk about, and thank you for the super chats. I'm already going to get into it. Before we do, Cole Eastman, you good, bro? How you feeling, mate?
Good. I feel like it's been a long time since I've been on here, and I get to be here with Oti, so this is kind of a very rare treasure and treat right before the holidays. Hang out with Oti. I like it.
You're gonna fucking love it. Last, certainly not least, it is hailing from the lands of the stables, the PlayStation Nation of ponies. It is the only guy who can console war properly for the PlayStation guys and do it well. It's Oti. Shout out to you. Oh, welcome to the console wars. You're an Xbox now. How? Welcome. Circumcision done. Welcome, Habibi. How are you, bro? Are you good?
I'm good, man. I'm very surprised that you guys would ask me to come. And I'm also surprised Colt finally has unblocked me. I want to just give an update. It took a few years. I came for Colt hard at the beginning, and he said, no, I don't need this African lecturing me about facts and figures. But I also want to thank my medical team, because we went to great lengths to make sure Colt could be heard. It was a challenge. I want to say that for sanitary reasons, Colt, I got another one. You can keep the one I gave you.
He hasn't seen the other video, has he?
You will understand.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Colt, he made a little mini clip of you just before you got on the show.
Yeah. Don't worry, Colt.
No, I haven't seen it.
Colt, I have no idea.
You just keep it. You
gotta watch.
But I'm very excited, and I have some tough questions for Colt, and I'm sure he has some for me. And,
Before we do absolutely. Do you want to ask those questions now?
Yeah, bring the ice.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. So I just go straight ahead. Colt, you ready?
Go for it, bro. I don't know what you're gonna ask. Go for it.
Okay. Let's get this over with. Okay. So number one, Colt. I want to know. Wait,
hold on. Before you start, this is your big moment. This is your chance to help out all those slathering ponies in the stables that are hoping for justice and everything under the sun. So Make sure you bring it.
No, Colt. But I want you to understand something. I'm not going to try to get you to side with me. I just want to understand you, because many people in the community do not understand you. I being one of them.
True.
Because based on what you do, I can tell, like the effort you put into your channel, you're not a stupid guy. You're not a stupid guy. So I'm not thinking of you as this guy is foolish. No. I know you work hard. However, there are some things you do that I cannot understand. And that's what I want to come away. Yeah. So, like, for instance, when you guys were in the RDX and you were busy talking about 40 to 50 frames and you were hyping it up.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Were you guys, you guys were together. Mm-hmm.
We're not like a Hydra. We're not a Hydra. We all have our own channels. I said if they use full RDNA 2, they should be able to get 15 to 30% more performance than the PS5 with its current hardware. That's what I said.
So that was
me.
I guess that was a guess from your perspective.
No, that's just calculating based on compute power, based on frequencies, based on looking at all the different RDNA 2 features and what they say that they will do for software and games by coming up with a number, which I think
that's how you came up with extra 30 frames per second.
No, that was dealer said the 30 frames, extra 30 frames.
What did you say?
He said an extra 40 frames on the GPU alone. And no one bothered to listen or understand what he meant about
what did he mean by 40 to 50 frames on GPU?
I don't know what he means. That was his video. He tried to explain it to me. But I talked about when you're looking at efficiency features, mesh shaders, RDNA 2 features, the extra compute power that the Series X has over PS5. If the developers are using all of that and not making a PS5 version and then making the Xbox version, that they could get more performance. But they're not always doing that.
But what type of performance just to be exact, what type of performance gap were you estimating?
Well, I mean, I can't estimate other than it because it depends on engines and games, but it comes down to sometimes a game will have a little bit higher resolution. Lately, actually, they're just staying the same resolution. Sometimes you'll get a few more frames on the frame time graph. And this is stuff that Digital Foundry has shown where PS5 has had more frames on the frame time graph. And then there's a lot of games where Xbox has had more frames overall average frame rate than PS5, which it should because it has higher frequencies.
So you're alluding to the power narrative, which was a big point of contention. It's around about when I came in. I came in quite late into this. With me and Asa, we came in probably maybe a year before the release of the console. So we just got to know Colt and Dealer then. Dealer was the first to actually leak the Xbox Series X specs, and he was really on the ball there. And that's why we got introduced. And so I fell in for the narrative as well. All the
RDNA says, the coin Jeff Keighley, wrap it up, please. keep going.
Jeff Keighley. We'll talk about that today, Replicant. But the point is, like, a lot of people went in with the power narrative, and Xbox fucking dropped the ball on the power narrative.
I did too.
And we've admitted that a lot.
But don't you feel as Xbox influencers, you get, not all of you though, that to some extent you guys sort of overhype the tech, overhype the games to a point that you lead your community to feel.
I mean, I guess
that you lead your
sometimes we overhype things. We get really excited about things, but the problem with Xbox
it's not really excited. It's overhyped. Like if you overhype the tech and then it performs similarly or worse than the PS5, people get disappointed. If you overhype Starfield and then it gets around 80, people get disappointed. However, it seems like a perpetual cycle of overhype.
The problem is that I was really excited about the tech and what Xbox had on offer, and they designed it a certain way to do really great things. And then the reality is the developers had really crappy method with what they had to do with the dev kit. I can't remember what the word they used for that, but Xbox did a horrible job for that. And I talked to people, Oti. I talked to people directly in charge of that had this look on their face like, we gave them everything they needed to succeed.
I've had that conversation with Jason Ronald, actually. Yeah.
So when I'm sitting there talking to someone who's directly responsible for that, and they're like, we've done everything we're supposed to do, and he's trying to hint to me that the developers aren't using those extra things because, I don't know, because of the PS5 being the bigger platform.
Are you telling me you still believe that this gap exists? That this is just an issue of devs?
No, I mean, if you watch Digital Foundry, like the Xbox Series X is outperforming the PS5 across the majority of multiplats. Like there have been a few. Sometimes it's a big game where the PS5 outperforms slightly over the Xbox. Sometimes the big game outperforms PS5. Sometimes it's just multiplats. Like it's not even the big deal. It's gotten to the point where I stop caring. If a game can't perform the way I want it to, I'll play it on my PC or I'll play it on my Xbox.
Okay. Well, okay, fine. Colt, let's leave that aspect of it. What I'm saying is, do you feel you being one of Xbox's biggest, let me say YouTubers in a sense,
Nick must say
that, let's say, but Colt is a man of influence in the Xbox community. Vila is a man of influence.
He was trying to flip the script because the Game Awards didn't pan out the way he wanted to. He tried to put the blame on me about my video for the...
Yeah, but anyway, Colt, let me get back to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't you feel your videos, you, Zoka, I'll say Tim's posts, overhyped to a detrimental degree?
League of Soccer.
Oh wait, you guys don't communicate with him anymore?
No. He's just joking. It's a joke, running joke.
Okay. Yeah, but don't you feel that the overhype ends up leading to what I'm saying, disappointment, and you're still contributing to that kind of problem within the community?
Like the PlayStation 5 SSD, basically. Yeah.
Like overhyping about what? Like, Redfall was a big mistake in my YouTube career that I had to own up to. It really sucked. I really like a lot of games that come out. There's some games where you hear me talk about them a certain way because I'm not personally excited about them, and I'm allowed to be as excited and hyped about as anything I want. But you know, I mean, it's really on a community. If they're looking to my videos to understand how hyped or excited they should be personally, that kind of sucks. And I've really changed the way I hype stuff over the past year. Gaz will attest to that because we talked about it quite a bit. Where I always say, this is incredible, this looks amazing, but you know, sometimes they don't do this, or this studio has never really brought a big AAA game before. But the funny thing is, like, I make a thumbnail, I make a title, and you got these guys, because brains can be about this big on this PlayStation side, where they're like, I saw the thumbnail, I know all I need to know.
Been there. They look at the title and that's it. They don't listen to the show. They don't listen to the one that's saying the opposite. I had this Digital Series X on my thumbnail before the Game Awards, and Nick Marseille's like, "Where's your ghost?" or "Where's your person that told you?" Said the ghost. "Where's your person that told you about the hardware reveals?" Like, watch the video. It's like literally a 2-minute segment where I said, "Here's what I think they should do," and I don't think they're going to do it. They should show this thing. And then after I post the video, I'm like, actually. It's like the next day, I'm like, no, they shouldn't show a Digital Series X because they need to sell some consoles before that one comes out. So it's the funny thing is my videos, Oti. Wait, hold on, Oti. My videos are not Library of Congress. I don't upload my videos and the U.S. government's like, these need to be cataloged into the archives of all things that are true. Like I said that I heard from a really good source. I talked to a really prominent YouTuber, which I will not name, two prominent YouTubers
as your source,
that told me, wait, hold on. That is a big insider, talking to people in specific studios that told me that Dying Light 2 was either going to be timed exclusive or Xbox was going to buy Techland, and it never happened. And everyone's like, "Oh, we got a gotcha." Mom's like, "Hey, I mean, I don't run these
how many
studios.
times can you be wrong before you feel?"
I've been wrong lots of times.
You know, I'm surprised. Let me tell you something, Colt. I'm surprised you're admitting to what I'm complaining about. The only thing that I don't think
he's done it all the time.
It's just that I feel you apologize, and immediately immediately do the same thing.
Is this something specific that you? So you've had the power narrative, which surprised even.
This is why Oti's being. Let me tell you why Oti's being asked to do this. This is why Oti's being asked to ask me these questions, because the PlayStation fans are tired of me rallying people around, getting them excited, getting views, garnering audience, getting people talking about Xbox all the time. And over on the PlayStation side, they're just talking about Xbox. And they're like, why are you overhyping things? It's like,
because we're hyped for it. Like Starfield, critically.
No. You can't put. Let me give you an example. You can't put what Colt does with, let's say, somebody like Porter. Like, let me give you an example.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take him seriously for sure.
No, you can't. You can take Porter seriously because Porter produces content that has a logical flow. And what I'm saying is he's basing it on facts to reach a conclusion. I'm sorry.
Oti Porter doesn't understand basic concepts when it comes to the games industry. Like, he'll make major points and get all these people running around.
Let me explain, then you respond.
That's where you
let me explain. Let me explain, then you respond.
Come on, bro.
Let me do that. What I'm saying is, you'll not find Porter Rock on his channel busy saying the PS5 is going to be like Dealer was doing 40 to 50 frames on GPU alone.
Because all he does is talk about Xbox. That's why.
Just hold on. Let me just finish. Porter Rock's content, to me, even when he gets something wrong, he was not overhyping. He was not getting some insiders who keep being wrong, but keep posting inside information.
I've never seen him excited about anything other than making fun of Xbox. Like, I've literally never seen him excited about
different
something.
Type of like.
No. He's excited about Wolverine. But what I'm saying is his videos are based more on logic and consistency. But I find how many times do you get things wrong and you don't change? I don't think they're the same. So what I'm saying is your content, in my opinion, very beautiful graphics. Very beautiful graphics.
I get for some reason, like Tim, things right. I get like there are all these things I've talked to people about. I had all of you guys tell me I was full of crap about Xbox Lockhart. Like, no, that was the biggest lie. There was no Fable game. There was no Lockhart. Like, just go back. If you would like, you could go back and look at everything I've talked about and see if it came true. Having perfect dark on a graphic 2 years before it was revealed. Like, I mean, there's stuff that I hear, and then there's some stuff that gets canceled or never comes to fruition. I don't have control over that. Like, I just report on stuff. Any newscaster could be called full of crap for reporting on information they have at the time. And I'm just a YouTube guy. My stuff doesn't go to the Library of Congress and get sealed into a tomb.
Of course, I've understood. I'm not trying to tell you.
Let me ask you a question, Oti. Let me ask you a question, yeah? Why are PlayStation content creators generally so shit in the space? Why are they shit? They're shit on every level, bro. They talk about Xbox. They have no production value. They don't have any decent guests. And why are they so shit? Like, what is it in their water that they suck so bad that it makes it so easy for me to absolutely molest them, like, wirelessly? How could I do that? Why are they so shit? What's happened, bro? Because you guys think we paid by a PlayStation.
I don't think PS guys are shit.
Okay.
I don't think they're shit, man.
They should have the recommendations though, because this is interesting. Who's good?
Yeah, give us a list of top tier quality with good production. Name me three. Maybe three.
No.
Let's not Mystic. I'm waiting.
Okay, let me finish. When it comes to production, I will not even try and pretend. I honestly think you Xbox guys produce higher quality graphics for your videos. However, when it comes to content that is authentic and realistic, I'll give you an example. If you look at somebody like Destin is a person who...
No. Give us an example of good...
I want to give you examples. If you look at the first few months, or even the first 1 year of PS5 versus Series X, Destin was busy saying that the graph, you guys saw what he was doing. Xbox is... I don't know. Is more or less on par with PS5. And like Colt, he had even said that Xbox had surpassed. I have to say, where was he getting his information? There was no information.
Are you serious? Hold on. The literal physics of hardware, thermals, and clock frequencies.
No, we're talking about sales.
Literally on paper.
Hold on, let me finish. We're talking about sales. what happened is, what Destin did is, it's like comparing a 100-meter race. If you compare the first 5 to 10 meters, of course, the difference is not going to be big. But at a certain point, we see PS5 gapping. But if you listen to the narrative of console
sales, bro, you're talking about.
Yes, I'm giving you proper examples.
You're talking about bragging about a console.
What has that got to do with the question, bro? You're doing it like a politician. Listen,
no, you asked a question of an example of a.
Listen, I said give me 3 good content creators on PlayStation. You mentioned Destin Laguerre, bro. What are you doing?
No. Hold up. I'm answering the question of the difference between PS5 guys.
You can't give 3 examples.
And Destin, and guys like Xbox. At the same time, if you want me to give you guys who I like, the first person I'm going to say you're going to have problems with, Wooly. I love his content. I say it proudly.
Guess, click
his content is good. His content is good. You can't tell me anything.
You know what?
It is good.
He's your friend. I think we'll move.
Yeah, but his content is good. The reason I even joined Twitter is because I liked what Wooly was saying.
Bro,
as a man, he's a good man.
Better examples than that.
Nah, no, you can't tell me anything. Wooly is good. Period.
What happens?
There's no two ways. Bro, about it. Wooly is a very good guy.
The worst person, a complete, absolute.
No. We can't debate.
I cannot do that.
We can't debate.
Listen, we have to move on. We have a lot to talk about. You were given your time, and you use that time to
also next one I'm going to say
hold on. My closing statement is my closing statement is, because we'll move on because this is ridiculous. You're never going to win this one. My closing statement is, if you think what I talk about is lies, like I'm purposely lying for some reason, you have to remove the emotion from it. Like, it's just video game news.
No, but you see, if I tell somebody Colt is a good YouTuber, some guys may agree. Yeah. But I'm telling you, Wooly is a good YouTuber. I mean, we've had good Michael Momba on our show, very technical dialogues and things. You cannot say he's not good because you don't like him at a personal level.
Wait,
Porter Rock is also a very good YouTuber. He's a very good YouTuber.
I want that dealer's number right now, because that's some strong shit. You're inhaling. Bring not even inhaling. You must have been
There's nothing.
Bro. He just went bam. Anyway, we have to.
No. I'll stick to that one, but we can proceed.
We can proceed. We have a lot of.
It's all fun.
It's all good. Look, we have jokes. You have your views. We have ours, bro. But you know my views on your friend. But it doesn't matter. He's not here to defend himself. God knows where he is. I hope he's okay. Let's move on to the super chat. First of all, Excalibur with a $10 super chat. That overrated Spiderman game won 0 awards.
Lord.
Messy.
Sony outright had no awards. Baldur's Gate 3 is overwhelmingly a far higher caliber game than anything Insomniac will ever produce. Seethe ponies. How do you want to handle that, Oti?
No. You know what you guys are doing? You guys are not even on the podium. You're not on the podium. How can you be abusing people who are on the podium? How is that possible?
I don't know.
Be nice, chat. Be nice. We're just having fun.
Don't be nice.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, Spider-Man, Baldur's Gate, all of those guys are podium finishers. All of them made it to the podium. You Xbox guys are busy criticizing Sony and had nothing on the podium. That's
you weren't on the podium either. You got nominated there. They were like kicked out.
Yes, but we are podiums. We may not have won the gold, but we won something.
Come on,
we are nominated. Being nominated is a victory. How can you tell me somebody who isn't in the top of the league is supposed to be? I'm supposed to be jealous. Do you think I wanted Hi-Fi Rush over Spider-Man 2?
But listen, Oti, you say we're not on the podium. Which podium are you looking at? Because PlayStation only won no awards, bruv.
Wait, no, they walked away with the TV award.
TV!
No. You guys are not. Anyway, you guys, you can talk over as much as you want, but my logic is clear. My logic is 100%.
We're just being
Yes,
funny.
let me tell you, my logic is clear.
I get it. What you're saying, I get what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying that
Xbox
the
was not in the
best
conversation
games,
game of the year. Yes,
the best games in the world were nominated. That is a victory. I'm not going to sacrifice Spider-Man 2 for Hi-Fi Rush. Siwezi, I can't go. Who would do that? So I'm not
but you would
disputing
sacrifice
Xbox One
Colt
more.
Eastwood for Woolly Gamer. So like, sticks
No, now we're going into. Why are we going into personal things? What I'm saying is, on the facts, it is clear. PlayStation keep consistently getting onto the podium. Xbox has a problem with theirs. They don't get there. There's
they
a
took home 3
gap.
awards. Spider-Man.
Yeah, but they don't get to the game of the
got
year.
0 awards.
Come on, bro.
Incomplete Forza got 2 awards.
Come on, bro. Oti, come on, man.
You're saying that PlayStation did get a gold, but I've told you, I would rather PlayStation be nominated and get to that level of achievement consistently. That's what PlayStation is doing.
You use the podium analogy, and then when PlayStation's not there, what do we want us to do, bro? We want us to imagine it.
No.
It's a hard
Okay, look. If there are how many games were nominated?
Man, this seat's getting warm here. I'd like to get up for something.
No, guys. Okay, guys. I'm asking you this directly.
Okay,
those 6 developers who got nominated, do you think they feel ashamed? And do you think they would trade places with Hi-Fi Rush because they didn't win the gold? Getting to the nominated level. I'm talking logic, guys.
Yes.
These guys produced good games that got nominated. It is simple. None of them can walk away ashamed. However, if you look at the narrative on the Xbox side, you guys are making fun of Insomniac as if they weren't even nominated.
No. We were just being petty little. We know Insomniac did well. They at least got onto the nomination. No one is denying that, bro. We say it all the time, and Xbox need to do better there. And PlayStation have been consistent in getting that. We always say that.
Yeah.
We always say that all the time. We're just adding some masala into the sauce, bro. Don't worry about it.
My Spider-Man was one of my favorite 12 or 15 games I played this year.
And I didn't even like it. Yeah, he's a pony in the hell.
I mean, let's be honest. It was like 15 plus games that should have got Game of the Year nominations, but 6 slots. This is how it goes. And I wouldn't even say Starfield belongs on there. I mean, it's close.
Sorry,
it didn't do everything for me.
Is there anything
I think Starfield, honestly, is also a victim of what I was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me not say you guys. There was so much overhype. There was so much overhype.
Absolutely.
That, again, people feel disappointed. I'm not saying Starfield is a bad game. Starfield is a game that fundamentally did not belong in this generation. Look at what No Man's Sky has done in the last one. Look at what this game that they're producing, the next one, Life.
5 years. It's taken them 5-6 years to do that.
How long did Starfield take to be made?
Thing is, look, that's an indie developer, so they get the benefit of the doubt there. Then you've got Starfield. Then you've got Todd Howard saying 20 years in the making, even though it wasn't. It was like 5-6 years. But the notion is that. So there was definitely overhype, especially from Xbox. Myself, I believed in it. I believed in it. And that's why my review was scathing. I was like, well, there's a lot of things that it failed to do. So there is an absolute point. I agreed with it. BG, when he said that the Xbox community, we fall victim of overhyping stuff because we were looking for the next big one. Absolutely. But Oti, look at we're getting to the roadmap, and there's a reason why. Shout out to 735 people watching. Hit the like button. Listen, you don't get this podcast anywhere else, and Oti is going to get sourced. Definitely. I love you, Oti. Don't worry about it, man. Black Cobra with the $5 super chat. Oh, hey. It's the guy who console was on this Memorial Day tweet of yours and uses graves of fallen soldiers. Do you want to tackle this?
Wait, was that?
We can tackle that thing. We can tackle that thing.
Yeah. That was a bad take. We made mistakes. I'm sure I'm going to piss someone off one day about that.
What and you have
you piss me off most weeks.
Yes, thank you, Ethan.
That's true.
Let me say this. There was 2 things that I did wrong. I did not know on the day it was Memorial Day. I'll be honest with you. I didn't know. When I think there was something that someone posted that made me now think of the meme And that's why I posted it. So when I woke up in the morning, I saw so many guys. I was not relating it to Memorial Day. I'm an African. So someone posted something about soldiers, and then the meme came into my mind. So the meme was more or less that we're mourning Starfield is gone. And it came from a movie. The pics were not soldier graves. It was a movie. I do it all the time. I take bits from movies. But what happened is because everybody thought, I would say the timing was wrong based on I didn't know. Like, remember, I'm not in America. So that part, I definitely agree I got wrong. If I had known, I would definitely not have posted it. But I don't regret the joke in terms of it was based on a movie, and it was not glorifying soldiers' deaths. But because a lot of people don't like me, they said that I want soldiers to die. I mean, if you saw the meme, it had nothing to do with wanting. It was about Starfield. I don't know how guys extrapolated.
But on the day, it could be seen as poor taste. But that's the thing with comedy. Sometimes you do take the risk, and sometimes you're unaware. And I was, it's fine. Look, it happens. People make those mistakes. And in comedy, you have to take risks as well. And not everyone's going to agree. And almost everyone is sometimes offended, as we found at this showcase gaming event, where Christopher Judge pissed a lot of people off, which we're going to talk about very soon. Before we do, Mo Kwame with the $10 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. He goes, this will be the greatest show of 2023. Of course it will. It already is. Gaming Addict with a $2 super chat goes, ask Oti why he blocked me. Yeah. I never talked to him.
Who is this?
Gaming Addict from the Iron Lords. You have the Iron Lords blocked?
Yo, man. I don't even know who he is. I cannot tell you how I block somebody. I don't even know. It's nothing personal. Sometimes I block if an insult is given. You know, I don't mind having back and forth. We're joking, but if someone does an insult or purposely says something that I find a bit too offensive, then rather than engage in back and forth, I will cut it out.
Oh yeah, no, fair enough. I understand that. And so does Colt. He does quite heavy on the block button. Nick Marseille with a $5 super chat. He goes, Oti, are you going to watch the 1 hour long Digital Foundry GT7 versus Forza Massacre? Of course he's going to watch it. You're going to watch it.
Yeah.
Colt, let's be real. The way I'm seeing John Linneman share these clips of...
I already know. Yeah.
It looks like Xbox is going to get... I don't get it. I don't get how Forza...
I do. I mean, I don't... I put 60 to 80 hours into Forza, and it has so many things. I'm like, why did you do this? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? All your other games did this. And I think Forza 7 looks better than Forza Motorsport. So, yeah, I know it's going to happen. It's going to be a massacre. And I hope Turn 10 is listening, and I hope they get their feelings hurt into driving them to make the game way, way better, because they spent 5 years on it and they underdelivered.
Absolutely. They got as clear as you can say it. Asa, we've always said Turn 10 are wizards, and we gave them the benefit of the doubt. They showed off a game that looked really impressive. Like it was to me like that just shat on Gran Turismo. And then when the game came out, it just, I went back and you shared on Twitter where I compared, the vegetation and stuff, and that was downgraded, even on quality mode, on whatever mode. It wasn't even on the PC mode. Turn 10, I've given them the benefit of the doubt because of, even though they have had problems like Forza 5, remember, but they did really well with Forza 6.
No, they didn't have problems with Forza 5. They've always created the best looking racer.
But Forza 5, that was a downgrade as well.
Forza 5 had less cars and less tracks. That's the only thing.
And the problems visually, there was a massive downgrade.
No, so Forza 5 was a special one because it came at the launch of the Xbox One, where it was really like if there ever was an Xbox tax, it was at the launch of the Xbox One. Forza Motorsport 5 stripped a whole load of content and performed admirably for the hardware that it was on, but the hardware that it was on was pretty weak. So Turn 10 actually did really well there, but the game was very harshly criticized. Forza Motorsport, the current one that's just come out, I don't think the video is going to be as harsh as you're expecting. A lot of the comparisons, I mean, maybe you're expecting Forza to have wiped the floor with Gran Turismo or something along those lines. If you put that expectation aside and look at what John's been showing in his screenshots and all the rest of it, I think Forza's going to do well in a lot of regards. It's just not going to be a massive whitewash like you're hoping. Because it is, I mean, I still play Forza a little bit, and it's not even in VR, so that says something. It's gorgeous in some respects.
Yeah, you don't play VR.
But much like most Microsoft games, when they come out, it's not entirely finished. Like, there's a good base for an ongoing future.
That's the thing. And then the thing that
can I ask you guys, have you guys played GT 7?
Yeah, I thought it looked ugly. I thought it was boring. I even made a video on it. I just couldn't believe it. Like, what is this game? And I love GT1 is game, like one of the like top 10. GT1 was like my memory, bro. It was like, it has a special place to me. It's the one time, this is going to sound weird, my late grandmother, rest in peace, the one time I could tell that she could see something. She was blind, but could barely see, like a keyhole. That's all she could see. And the only time I know she could see something was like, oh, you're playing a car game? I can see that car. And that was Gran Turismo 1. And we were playing it on our little TV, and my grandma said, and that was, I was like, you can see? You could see? Like, that's crazy. Like, for me, Gran Turismo 1 was amazing. It was incredible. And when I played GT7, like with the view of, I still think like the VR was very impressive, but I felt, a little bit ill playing that. But I thought this is really good. The driving model just so dry to me. The menu is shit. The whole experience of navigating in GT is just soulless, which is not a word you would associate with Gran Turismo. But for me, it wasn't that. And I know you play Xbox guys, PlayStation guys will not like that, but I'm being honest when I say that. Now, I will say this. I need to play more of GT7 to formulate opinion that is much more wide, because I need to do more races. I need to do more on the nighttime tracks. But immediately off the bat, I was not impressed with the visuals at all. And I did several races. With Forza, I was impressed, but the same thing applied. Some courses, like, they just look so inconsistent. They're so weird. And Turn 10 didn't even curate that content, like early career stuff. I'm like, why is this game so beautiful in the evening and at night, and the light bouncing and all that? Even on RT performance mode, it's much more muted in its ray trace effects. But when it comes together, and the sound and the control, there's no music in the game, and it's beautiful. I love it.
Controls are like something that people never talk
and I didn't expect to be, I didn't expect to be taken. That's when I put that in my review, and I stand by it, and I need to go back. Well, it's a massive backlog. I didn't expect to be blown away and feel this game as much as I did. And so I'm shocked, like, there's a bit of a disconnect maybe between me and what other racing critics will say, because I don't really look into them. But in terms of Digital Foundry,
I think to some level, I'm not saying you, but a lot of the Xbox
here we
community. I'm just being honest. You guys do not want to actually investigate GT7. This is a game that right now everybody is looking on Twitter, and Twitter is compressed. I'm telling you, when we see the Digital Foundry review, I think we're going to see a gap that's bigger than expected. There are areas, the detail. Sometimes people say, oh, the tracks are too plain, but that is actually how the track is in real life. GT is a simulation. I think sometimes Xbox guys want a Forza Horizon sim. It's not, because even when you're talking about the colors, it's dull. The photo realism, that is actually projected in GT7. So I just think I would like you to play it for a lot longer. There is a reason GT7 is so loved. There's a reason GT Sport was not delisted. I think for some reason, I don't see a strong sim community in the Xbox gamers. And what we see is Forza Horizon lovers criticizing GT, which is a sim, for things that I don't think they should be criticizing.
Have you played Forza?
I've played it. My brother-in-law has, but I've not played the latest one. But my brother-in-law has
the latest
Forza.
one. You've not played that.
And I
want you to get your opinions on that.
Coming from a sim, like, I like GT as a sim. I do think that Forza's direction is sort of less sim-like. And that's why
It's
I
more,
can
I
see
guess,
somebody.
Simcade. Is that what they say
It's
they call it?
Simcade.
But to be honest, I didn't feel a massive divide between the sim qualities of it. Again, I'm not a massive sim racer, but that is the most I felt the car on track. And the game gives you the tools.
Forza has
right.
all of the sim features that Gran Turismo 7 does, and you could turn all of them on and off. You can turn off damage, you can turn off cosmetic damage, you have to pit, you're getting
Colt,
penalties.
have you played GT7?
I played GT Sport. I haven't played GT. I just bought.
So
GT7.
you're busy telling me it has all the features and you've not even played. Well, what I'm saying is,
but you
I know about the sim features. That
but
what for a long time, and Forza didn't have them until now. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to play. But this is the most serious Forza.
Sim or Simcade is the least of the problems for Forza Motorsport. It's undercooked.
No. What I'm saying is, if you look at the criticisms, a lot of them, based on it is plain or things like that, don't make sense to me because it's actually reprojecting reality. At the same time, Forza has less features than GT7. It's not a debate, guys.
Okay, maybe it does. Maybe it does. I don't know. I can't.
Gaz and I just complained about that. Like, we're not disagreeing with you. That Turn 10's taking this approach where we're going to every month we're going to give you more features and more updates to the game, and I'm like, no, I want that stuff
you're
at
talking
launch.
Features in terms of something else. I think like gameplay, like modes. Hey, so what were you going to say there? Sorry,
I was just going to say both of them. The whole Simcade arcade kind of conversation is really difficult because both of these games are made for consoles where the majority of the player base is playing on a controller. So as much as you can tell, they both really want to sim things as hard as they can and replicate as many real life physics as possible. This handling model has to work on a controller, and you don't drive real cars like that. So there's a distinction there. I couldn't tell you which one. I think Forza is probably doing more under the hood in terms of physics, but as a player handling these cars, that's not necessarily what's going to make all the difference. You're going to have 8 points of contact on every tire, but as a player, you don't feel 8 points of contact. No matter how much the PR tells you that you can feel how many points are touching the road, you cannot. That simulation is going on under the hood. One thing that Sony do really freaking well. So if you look at like the comparisons that are coming, where they're comparing Forza and stuff visually, Sony across the board are using their cinematic heritage to be freaking awesome with color. And that's not just Gran Turismo, across the board, where HDR is clearly a difficult thing in the industry, and there are so many games launching now that don't support HDR at all. There are so many games that have bad HDR. Sony are on point with that. Their games are phenomenal in HDR, and that's the advantage that Gran Turismo is leveraging. Because you play Gran Turismo and you look at a tree, you're not supposed to stop and look at a tree, but if you dare to look at a tree, it'll look right back at you. The trees are 2D and they spin around, and you look at the tree and you follow it around, and it's like, oh, hang on out, this is getting a bit spooky. This tree's following me around, but the color and the light.
Have you seen some of those Forza trees? I mean,
that's questions that racers take because they put you at 400 miles per hour at 4K.
Do you want guys to start comparing some of the Forza trees? I mean, some of those things, I'm surprised.
You can, honestly, I swear, if you compare those trees in a screenshot, it might come in Gran Turismo's favor. If you compare them in a video, it won't. It really won't, because it follows you. Those trees are 2D stencils that follow you around the track.
I'm not going to hate on Forza completely. I don't think Forza is a bad game. I don't think that. I think some of the things they did are good. Like they tried to some extent to put more three-dimensional trees, but it came at an expense. I do think that it's not as, there's a reason Sony went for that system. It's not that they used just a 2D tree. It's like they used a complex hybrid, where it's a series of 2D images that are following you to form a tree. Fine, it might not be ideal for all circumstances, but as a whole, when you look at that game, I think it is pointless for us to try and say which is better now. But I do think, again, that showed that the way you guys described Forza before it came out, it was meant to come and destroy GT7. But what we have seen is GT7, a game that's cross-platform, has so many advantages that are very
that's one of its advantages. It's cross-platform, so they can pump up.
How is that the advantage?
Because they've got a PS4-based game running on a PS5. Like, it was made, and then but you've got Forza that was built just for the Series X, and they still underdelivered.
Then therefore, the funny thing about all of this
is, ever since Forza's been out, it is out.
This is what agree with you.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. Like it's cross-platform, and it still looks really good and better at Forza at a lot of things. Now, here's the thing. The funny thing about Forza is ever since it's been out, that series has outrated Gran Turismo ever since it's been out in 2001. The Forza Motorsport series and the Horizon series has destroyed Gran Turismo and outrated it every year until last year.
Forza, normal Forza until last year.
Normal Forza, yeah. If you bring in
Forza, until
Horizon, it's hilarious.
Why I bent the knee to Nick Marseille. Would he ever do that? Would he ever admit that he was wrong? He's been wrong multiple. I have slapped you around, Nick Marseille, but I said, I'll be the bigger man or the shorter man.
He blew his meniscus now jumping into that pool backwards.
Yo, shout out Infinite. Yeah. Well, let me look. There's a lot of super chats here. Let's not talk about trees and Gran Turismo. There's so many fucking topics. So we talk about trees. Let me talk about super chats. First of all, Shabs. He says Kupo standard protocol Jiu-Jitsu 50. Thank you. He goes, Oti, as much as I like you, Sony blows and Xbox Series X is way better than PlayStation 5. Jiu-Jitsu, isn't he one of your friends? So thank you. It's facts. It's actually factual record now. Xbox is better than PlayStation, and OT actually agrees with us. Sith Lord with the $2 super chat. The first day of Colt Gaz. Thanks for the source. Shout out to Sith Lord, man. BT Maverick, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. He goes, it's less than about Xbox guys overhyping, more to Sony's hardcore Twitter. Sony simps obsessing over every word Xbox community has to say, whilst Xbox gamers aren't taking everything to heart. Maybe potentially
someone in the chat said that no one controls my hype level. I can't remember who wrote that like an hour ago. Yeah,
that's a good comment to be positive about things. Face with the shout out to you, Face with the $20 super chat. Colt Eastwood, how will the Xbox community react to the? He loves the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Wait. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna guess what he says. How is the Xbox community going to react to Grand Theft Auto 6 running at 60 frames on the PS5 Pro? Is that what he wrote?
Oh, you're close. You're very close. He says, how will the Xbox community react to the PlayStation 5 Pro Delta over the Series X after you overhyped the Series X and now you're telling Xbox fans to buy a PC that costs 3 times more than a console? I don't think
I'm telling them to buy a PC. I mean, that's the great thing about the Xbox platform. You like their games. If you think Blade's going to be solely awesome and you want to play it the best it can be, you can go buy whatever PC you want, or you can play it on Series X or Series S, Rogue Ally, Steam Deck, Lenovo. Like, yeah, it's amazing. I'm tired of the plastic warriors hanging on to the 2010s for dear life. My plastic is cooler than yours. My dad can beat up your dad. I'm over it.
I'm not. I'm the plastic warrior. I want that to happen. Face, I'm with you.
Colt, I'm telling you, if tomorrow a game comes out that's performing better on Series X, you'll be back to talking about power.
Yeah, it's
the truth, man. I'm just seeing flip-flopping here.
What?
If you guys were so into hardware, Colt,
when's the last time
Colt, I'm asking you a question. If you were so into hardware at the beginning of the gen, when did you flip? When Series X stopped winning or didn't perform as well as it should?
Chat, listen. This is exactly when you find a true fanboy. He used the word flip. I've had a gaming PC since 2015. I've played tons of games on it. I don't flip. I play wherever I want.
Terms of in the narrative,
it's not about flipping. And for Xbox, I have the choice to play Arkham or Gotham Knights on my PC at 60 frames if the console doesn't perform, because I'm a gamer and that's my ecosystem. I can play wherever I want. If I want to play some anime pillow game on my PS5, I can do that.
No, but listen. If you look, you're my boy, yeah. But if Xbox was actually murking PlayStation like we expected with the Delta,
in sales,
in performance, and Digital Foundry, all that shit,
I would say I told you so. Sure,
yeah, absolutely.
Because I said that for a long time. But I had to turn around 2 years ago and say, I was wrong. I have an entire tweet. Dealer called me and yelled at me. I said I was wrong about the performance of the Series X. It started out in all caps. I was wrong, and people flipped out. But I had to say it because I expected one thing. I interviewed Jason Ronald twice on my channel. None of that panned out. It sucked.
I agree.
But people are going to
let me tell you, Colt, honestly, without prolonging this particular topic. Colt, I think when you lose something, whether it be the power narrative or it's games or it's Starfield, what you do is you quickly flip and say it didn't really matter to you. I think that is what you're doing. But tomorrow, if a game outperforms, you will be back on power. If sales are better, you will be back on sales. So what I'm saying is it's difficult to debate somebody who
listen,
is shifting.
There's a big difference, Oti. If for some reason Xbox started outselling PlayStation, that would be world changing. I don't care who you are. You could talk about that all you want. I'm allowed to say whatever I want on my account. You're not my community manager. I didn't hire you. You're not pro bono. If for some reason Xbox started beating the PlayStation sales, I would expect my dog to talk about it, dude. Seriously, give me a break. The problem is, since 2016, Xbox is, and I have a video on my channel I share with Nick Marseille. I was praising Xbox for going to PC. I could go in my game share partner and say, hey, let's spend $30 each. We'll go halvesies on this game. We can play it wherever we want, back and forth on PC and Xbox. But you guys are so locked into this, like, plastic agnostic personality that you think I belong to. Yes, I love the sauce. I love to make when something turns. Like when Japan had more sales on the Xbox like 3 months ago over the PS5, it was clearly like this ridiculous premise because I think PS5 couldn't get chips out that month. And I put out a tweet. It was like my tongue was going through my cheek. It was so satire, and you guys were like, "Oh my gosh, you're flip-flopping." Because I think sometimes the PlayStation fan base is so dramatic. They're so sensitive, and they belong to this winning team that they think is the only place in life where they can get a W. So they cling onto that so hard that anytime that I say something either serious or it's just a joke, you guys fly off the handle. These people come in with insults instead of like a valid argument. Making fun of my hairline, making fun of how old I am, making fun of whatever you said the other day.
I don't know what you're saying, Colt. Let me just stick to what I was addressing. I said, Colt, guys.
Okay, listen.
That is it.
It's not triggered. Like it's hilarious.
There's goalposts moving on both sides. There's definitely goalposts moving on both sides.
Yeah. But guys, permit me to say this. Okay. As PlayStation guys, do not shift goalposts on. We want Sony to do well with the console. We don't shift and say sales matter to us, then they don't. We don't shift. No. Because we are video gamers talking about video games. What am I supposed to
sell anywhere else?
I'm gonna say something real quick.
No, because that makes sense. Like, their console.
The Game Awards happened. We got like 7 hours of topics to cover, so maybe
please.
cover some of them.
I have lots of super chats. Oh, it's good to get it out there. This is like real conversation. I'm not trying to stifle you, but at the same time, Oti, you have to understand, I have to get the momentum flowing, and this is what Xbox content creators do, because we have some style and quality. You mother. Okay, don't kill me, both of you. Shut the fuck. Okay, no wait, hold on. And this is the first time I told both guests to shut the fuck. Listen, I love it. But let me just get through the super chat. These people how are kindlessly, generously donating real money just for us to read words. Carlos Alvarado, thank you for the $2 super chat. We're to take the guy who says concubine seriously. That's Portrock. Carlos again. Oti, the only respectable PlayStation guy is Mystic. Period. I'll put BG over Mystic.
Can I say I got to add this in here? Why are the biggest PlayStation YouTubers, except for Mystic, Xbox dudes or an Destiny dude? Like that's the community. Like what does that say?
What community? They have no community, bro. There's no PlayStation community. What is the community? Who? There's none, bro. I know it. Everyone.
Are you saying that a video gaming community is defined by people who follow people on YouTube?
No,
we were talking about the
talking about the content creators space, and Xbox has a community. There's no Blaze 4K will tell you the PlayStation community is scattered. Is not for the. Why? Me and Asa, you know this, Asa. We tried to reach out, try to get everything. This is Xbox show because of me, but. We not try? Did we not fucking try for like a year?
I'll back you up on that. it is very hard to find like a cohesive, coherent, like, in sync PlayStation community to pull good people from, which is why I was so interested when you started saying about good content creators earlier. I'm like, actually, it'd be really useful to know who these good content creators are, because we can talk to them and that'll be fun. I'll say a lot of people are like unhappy that the conversation is going on. I actually really I think it's fine and reasonable to challenge people's content and things like that, except we are going around in circles. So I think
yes, we are.
Yeah.
Like the conversation is good and valid and fair, but let's go on to stuff because there's so much to cover.
Especially this week. Ryu Art with the $2. Colt is a flip flopper. Get him out. Us Gaz Pony win. Us Gaz Ponies win. Us Gaz Ponies win. What the fuck are you saying? Can't even do super chats properly. But thank you for the money. Thank you for being a member for 29 months. So if Zorka is a toddler, Cole is the drunk uncle. What am I? Welcome to Go Live, OT. Sony killed Bungie. Hashtag PlayStation has no game awards. Game on source. That's why we love Hagi. That's why we love Hagi. Lao Shimazaki, shout out to you, man. Thank you. It's always nice to see you. 1,000 yen. He goes, Gaz, when do you plan on inviting some Japanese content creators? I would love to. I would love to get some Japanese. Lao, if you are on Twitter, can you DM me recommendations of which ones? Because I would love to get. Obviously, if they can speak English, because I have to do translations, it's going to be like Kojima. He had that translator for his game. The guy, I was like, you went on for ages. Is he actually translating, remembering what you're saying? But Lau, reach out to me. If you put in chat, I'll try and look at the chat, but ADHD is going to be hard. Let me know. I'd love to. I'd love to get people from all over the world. Boba Fett Gaming, shout out to you, man. With Australian 5. Apparently, great content is waking up 4 a.m. shirtless to bash plastic, work commutes on the train. I am dead. World hunger. Assholes. Oh, Huggy chatting with a $2 super chat. Sorry, OT. PlayStation has 10 nominations, same as Xbox. Source. Deadlegs with a $5 super chat. OT. Oh, you're looking like a villain right now. This dude gotta be trolling. Like, don't have any logic in talking in circles. Man, stop it. I don't know who you're talking about, but could be anyone. Kevin Baldwin with a $2 super chat. Your logic is like your opinion. Clown shoes. Again, I don't know who you're talking about. Huggy Channy with the $5 super chat. Deathloop, because we've got a lot of PlayStation guys here as well. Deathloop, Psychonauts 2, Outer Wilds, all nominated for Game of the Year. Deathloop, Psychonauts 2, and Outer Wilds. Yeah, but we need to see more because the Xbox does definitely. Starfield should have been there, and it wasn't. That's an L, bro. I've said it so many times. Calvus Alrado with a $2 super chat. PlayStation 1 is down. PlayStation is down bad. Participation awards, honestly, OT. Participation awards. OT, do you want to say something to that? I feel like I'm railroading you here. The super chats.
No. I like I'll say. I think. Personally, let me just say what I personally think.
Yeah.
If Xbox, let's say, had 3 games nominated for Game of the Year, let's assume none of them win, and PlayStation wins maybe something like some best music in at the awards, I don't think I'm going to brag about winning the music award. Literally, I'm here as a gamer. I want my company to have more games getting to that level of Game of the Year. What I'm seeing is you guys sometimes are satisfied. Okay, you won a small award or something. And I'm not saying that is bad, because that is also very good for Xbox to be winning. That's an achievement. But I think we're missing the point of, if you want Xbox to thrive, they need to produce the kind of games that make it to where PlayStation is getting. So you can make fun, we didn't win. But like I said, we got to the podium, and you guys are booing us from the crowd. You are not on the podium discussion. So that's all I'm saying.
I get that point. Xbox needs to be on that point. I love you, OT, bro. FTW, shout out. Welcome to the family, bro. What a time to join, bro. Shabs, thank you. Kupo got an award. I'm happy. So is Acer. Final Fantasy got, what is music? What did it get? Best RPG? What did it get? Final Fantasy. Best music award? Or something like that. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I don't remember. No, 500 again? I don't know. Zay Bashir, thank you with the $5 super chat. Insomniac went 0 for 7 for Spider-Man 2 and went 0 for 6 for Rift Apart 2 years ago. Maybe we give them too much credit. Thing is, though, I will say there's a point about that. Nick Marseille, himself
Yeah.
said, he goes, it wouldn't surprise me if Spider-Man got nominated for loads of the things and didn't win any. And I'm okay with that. And what that to me suggests that it's an open admission that whilst the Insomniac deliver great games, they don't deliver exemplary games, because only then would you make that comment, because you can be good and get nominated for all these things, but not winning them is like you're not pushing the bar further. Why else would you make that comment? Unless you're saying there's a PlayStation tax. Tell me.
No. For me, it's not that. I think Spider-Man 2 is the best game I have played this year. It is my game of the year. Mm-hmm. But I was so surprised by, forget the graphics, where the story went, where the gameplay went, all of those things really impressed me. However, that does not mean it has to win. And that's why I'm saying I'm not obsessed. I didn't make tweets saying, oh my God, there's a PlayStation tax. Why didn't Spider-Man win? For me, it won by satisfying my expectation. In fact, it surpassed. Now, for me, that is a good sign from Insomniac. I don't care if they win Game of the Year and I don't enjoy the game. I'll give you an example. Like God of War Ragnarok, for me, I would not nominate it for Game of the Year. I would not nominate even Final Fantasy 16. I know many people like it. I would not nominate it for Game of the Year. Why is it? It's because I felt to some level, my expectation was higher than the game delivered, even though the games are good. But with Spider-Man, it surpassed. So I think it's a celebration of those kind of games. I'm not going to look at it and say, Insomniac, you've been nominated so many times but lost. There's something wrong with you. I'm going to say there's something great in you for being nominated all the time. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a very positive way to see it. And that is a good way to see it. In terms of the conversation of actually getting to nail and win some of those nominations, I think it's an indication that it's jack of all trades, but perhaps not a master of any of them. But what constitutes being a master in that field, who knows? These are subjective awards, man. We don't even know what the criteria. I think they're deeply flawed anyway. We've talked about this.
But let me just say the part I disagree with you, that Spider-Man is not Spider-Man mastered that action genre very well. It did it very well. I just think sometimes it's like I'm saying, it's like sometimes you can do very well. You get 99, someone gets 100. It is not something that where I look and say, okay, Alan Wake 2, you didn't win, so there's something wrong with you. Why are we applying that logic only to Spider-Man?
So if I were going to ask you, name me one thing, one category or one feature that Spider-Man does exemplary, what would you say? Name the one thing.
Man, that's tough because there's so many things, man. Like, I'll be honest with you. Spider-Man 2 was a kind of game that made me lose time exploring. And that is why...
the world.
Yeah, it was too good. It was too seamless. It was pushing. It is... If I
In what
bring
sense,
someone
though?
to the
Can you
house,
give me a specific about that?
In the sense of freedom when you are playing the game. So the way you move, it's nearly like how you imagine.
The traversal mechanics.
Yeah, the traversal was excellently done. The action was already very good in the previous Spider-Mans, but the depth they added to this means that you can... That's why a lot of these games, you can see little clips on Twitter and you're just so amazed. These guys managed to do something very special. I promise you, if you play Spider-Man 2, especially to the end, they excel in traversal, they excel in action, and I love the story. They went in a direction that was darker than I thought. This is head and shoulders better than any previous Spider-Man game.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Traversal, but traversal's hard to nail as an award, I guess, exemplary.
Do you know, a lot of people criticize Spider-Man for like quick time events and all the rest of it, and that is misplaced as a criticism. There's a lot of things you can criticize about Spider-Man, but the freedom it gives you in its control scheme, the fact that it feels so simple to play, but actually you have so much complexity at your fingertips, is a real asset in that game. Like Insomniac have done freaking brilliantly with controls of it. I don't agree that it's better than 2018 or Miles. Like, I think the story kind of fell off a little bit. I did a whole review on Spider-Man, which is fairly in-depth, but it does a lot right.
Yeah, it's like 30 minutes long.
That doesn't mean that it deserved the Game of the Year, so...
Fair enough. Different.
Yeah, no, but I won't criticize you for not liking the. I mean, it's a story subjective, so I think.
Yeah. All of this is subjective, man. Dead Planet with a $5 super chat. The racing genre seems like the one space where Xbox actually has the popular one with Forza Horizon, a racing game that even non-racing fans love. Yes, that is a big boon, and the sales of that or the player numbers is exceeding, I think, everyone's expectations. So that kind of mainstream approach on the console area it says a lot, really. Danny Passion Official, thank you for the $2 super chat. Are you guys going to talk about the video game wars? Yes, we are. And also, Danny, because this is for face. Things get old. Xbox Series X is 3 years old. Yeah, true. Splendiferous. Thank you, man. Because I want to blaze up my PlayStation 4, my son's PlayStation 5, all the bugs and problems. He goes, nobody flips more than Pony. Damn toxic brothers. He goes, Wagwan Gaz, best friend Asa, run with them ponies. I love you, Splendiferous, bro. You're wild. Kevin, he goes, I mean, Oti Gaz, clown shoes. Be nice, please. Karma God 91, thank you so much. He goes, Colt never flipped. Colt is Xbox to Snoop Dogg smoking weed. He's not going to change. Shout out to Gaz, Asa, Oti, even though you're a pony. Shout out to Karma God as well. You are the Snoop Dogg of Xbox, Colt. That's a freaking good comment. Wait, where are they? The buttons. Oh yeah. God the bless one. Shout out to you with the $10 super chat. Where's Dirt and King when you need them? We can talk we can talk as much shit on Spider-Man as we fucking want. I ain't coddling no ponies. I'm making glue. Blade is exclusive too. Made it rhyme at the end. Shout out to you, man. Dub, thank you for being a member for 21 months. Shout out to OT and Colt for being on the show. Fan of both of you. We all gamers at the end of the day. Hashtag that sauce, though. Yes, that sauce. And deliver. We have so much sauce, bruv, that we haven't even talked about. OT got it out of his chest, and I'm sure there's more bullets to fire, but this has been an insane week. An insane week. Before we even talk about the Game Awards, we had the reveal of one of the biggest... No, sorry. I apologize. The biggest game of all time. Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't give a shit what you say. Rockstar are at the top of the game. They always have been. And this
I thought you were going to say Blade.
Blade?
The biggest game of all time.
No, man. Grand Theft Auto 6, man. Have you forgotten about what happened? Because it happened earlier in the week. Because this game couldn't even be contained. These guys Rockstar had to release this incredible trailer earlier than expected, because what do? They upload it to YouTube, where presumably thousands of YouTube staff was just looking at it, and it leaked anyway. And so they said, look, because of leaks, here it is. Boom. And it just did 100 million views or something in less than 24 hours or something.
Yeah.
Bro, how did Rockstar do it? This game just looks insane. It just looks so good. We were talking about what they would do. Like, it's beautiful. Like, I just want to say Miami is like this. The vibes that they got of Miami is ridiculous. I felt like I was in Miami watching this. Obviously some shit is crazy, but tonally it was incredible. In terms of visually, people are saying this is no way this is going to run anything more than 30 on the current consoles. They're like, this is PC gameplay, it's a CGI, and then Rockstar get the benefit of the doubt because they deliver games like this. Asa, I feel like I've asked you this question like 50 times, probably have. Are you a Grand Theft Auto fan? And what did you think of this trailer? Because fuck, it got I was smiling from ear to ear when I saw this.
Yes and no. I'm a Rockstar fan in that the games are fucking awesome, but I had so much trouble getting my social club account linked on Grand Theft Auto 5 that I've not actually played the campaign. I went into this really hoping that the trailer had a 6 at the end of it, because they hadn't mentioned it being a 6th game. I was really hoping they were committed to a single player proper. They really freaking are, aren't they? That was an incredible trailer.
Yeah.
And I watched that and look at there's certain scenes where when they first flash up, you look at it and it looks like real life. And if you pay attention to the details and you look at it getting moving, you can see the video game, but The lighting is incredible. It has an incredible lighting system, so you can be fooled for that moment. And you look through that trailer and all of these like really densely populated scenes, and you look for people that are like remotely similar, let alone posed the same way, and everything is just. Oh, this is like it could possibly be staged for the trailer. You look at all of these NPCs on the beach or whatever, and maybe they've manually made them all do something quite unique. But my suspicion is that is the systems canned in the game, because we've heard people I don't think it is canned. We've heard so many people saying that the animation system is so like impressive within that game, and my theory, like my hope, is that actually what you've seen in the trailer there is representative of how diverse postures and poses and animations are going to be within that world. It could turn out that I'm wrong. It could be another Cyberpunk situation where you get this incredible trailer and the game is not that. But that's Rockstar aren't known for letting us down when they show a trailer. So I look at that and I'm very, very impressed. But it is 2 years away as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, man. Like for me, like the thing that makes this so impressive, other than the raw visual fidelity, is the abundance of NPCs. There's just the sheer quality of them. Like, there's so many NPCs. The density, if you compare it to GTA 5's trailer, it's actually quite telling, because they weren't dishonest with the GTA 5 trailer. Look at how many NPCs there are. Go watch it back, because I watched it back to back. And it's just the sheer volume of them. And the movement and animations, obviously in the club, I was twerking, and I'm like, I feel like I've been to that club. It was just beautiful. The nailed the soundtrack, even the vibes. Oti, some people were complaining about the females, they're so stupid. But one big relief for a lot of people was that it's not woke. It's gonna be like, they're showing the woman is in front and center of this. I think you can show the man and the woman, but it didn't shy away from showing some skin and the debauchery of Miami, which is actually very accurate. What are you generally, first of all, your impressions of this trailer and what expectations for it when it does release?
Visually, I was very impressed. But I guess for me, the most striking thing was definitely the density of things and the different animations. To some degree, that trailer looked like somebody hand-placed things just for the trailer. It looked that good. Like the beach scene did not look like that can be in real time. However, if it is so, of course, us guys, we are laymen, but the first thing that went through my mind was this thing cannot run at 60 frames per second from a CPU perspective, not graphics. I think graphically, it's visually consistent. Like if you try and look at a car compared to GT or Forza, you'll start to see the car is not at that level, but it's just visually consistent. So I don't think it's the visuals that are going to be the bottleneck. I think it might be all the animations and things like that. However, at the same time, we've just seen Avatar looks ridiculous and it's managed to do it at 60 frames per second. If I look at games like Horizon Forbidden West, they also look very visually impressive, 60 frames per second, but maybe they're not as CPU intensive as what GTA is trying to do.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much power is left in the Series X or the PS5. If there's enough, I will be genuinely surprised.
I will be genuinely surprised as well. Colt, this is not running surely at 60 on the Series X and PS5. This is a 30 FPS game.
Yeah, and I got a lot of flack for saying that I don't expect it to be at 60. People used examples like Cyberpunk or other open world games to explain why Grand Theft Auto should. What we're looking at is, in my opinion, the same graphical fidelity of Red Dead 2 with a much bigger scope, way more going on in the world. Like some of the games that Oti was talking about that run at 60 don't have all of these systems that are all interconnected in the programming, in the software, where everything is all connected and reacts to each other, like you do in a Grand Theft Auto game. Those games are unprecedented that way. So I also have had people tell me about the PS5 Pro, which typically, a mid-gen console would have a slightly improved processor, but is it going to overcome the 30 frames hurdle? I mean, some of the stuff Oti explained was one of the reasons why Starfield is a 30 FPS game and would have been if it came to the PS5 as well. So as developers start putting more things onto the CPU instead of putting most of the load on the GPU, which they've done for a long time, we're going to have to wait to see how games pan out with these consoles, because they already are. Odie's right. They're aging really, really fast.
I think even
wait. But even Starfield, I'm sorry, I have to disagree to some extent. I mean, when I looked at GTA and I saw the density, I was immediately like, this, I can't believe is running at 30. I mean, I can't run at 60. But when I look at Starfield, I mean, when I'm walking in that city,
how much
I'm
time
not
have you played
looking
Starfield?
and saying, no, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at GTA, and I can see.
Well, there's more than graphics, you know.
No. I'm saying yes.
Yeah.
And I'm saying from not the graphics. I'm saying what the characters are doing. GTA looked like a generational leap in terms of AI and characters on the side. I'm not going to say the same about Starfield. It's not an abuse. It is a fact.
Yeah.
Starfield does not have AI that made me look, this can't run at 30. I think one day we will see Starfield running at 60 on Series X. And I won't say that's something I'll be like, I can't believe.
I doubt they'll get 60 on Series X.
No, you can't walk. You can walk into a convenience store in Grand Theft Auto and you can't knock everything off the shelves. Like all that stuff isn't like physically placed in that world, and it has physics systems that's built off of processing to knock that stuff and have it tumble and all those things.
Yeah,
this
you can leave stuff
is a design decision that Yeah, it's a design decision that Todd made about having the bits and the pieces and all the little things. But when I played the game, I'm like, I don't need that. Like when I use the anti-gravity in Starfield and stuff flies up, it's cool for a second, but then you're like, do I really need that? Do I really need all those? Come on. Yes,
I think there's half of the items in the world
you can't even use.
Bro, if they remove global illumination, it would look like shit. So that's a big taxing part of it, really, to me. But those bits of the physics, absolutely. That's what makes me feel engrossed in the game. Like when I'm doing the powers and all the bits flying everywhere, I said that and I meant it. I'm happy with Starfield 30. If they took those,
well, let me ask you this,
those bits away, I would not enjoy it as much. I promise you, I would not. Enjoy
let me ask you this, Gaz. You watched the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer like probably 20 times, right?
Yeah, more than that.
Would you play that game at 30 frames with a smile on your face?
Bro, I'm playing Alan Wake with a smile on my face. I'm playing fucking...
I mean, I would. I would
playing
too.
Starfield with a smile on my face. And this is the thing. I was a PC before. To see the console guys be so strong in this opinion is so fucking funny to me. Because when I was talking about 60 FPS, console guys are like, and now when the console guys get 60, everyone's like, oh, yo, we hard rule on it. And I'm like, I'm sorry. What the fuck? Hold on. Reality check. Go back to 30. Because like, even me as Xbox guy, like, come on, shut the flip up, man. Former PC guy, I'm telling you, bruv. But console guys are getting spoiled. I see that a lot.
Yeah.
Take that 30 FPS, accept it, and put it in your ass.
Okay, may I say this? Sometimes games are coming out at 30 due to poor, let me not say poor optimization. It's just not yet got to a level. There are some games that have no business at 30, but launch at 30.
Yeah.
And later on, maybe a 60 FPS patch is done. I am open to 30 frames per second only when you push to a point I am stunned. If we start accepting 30 frames per second for just any game,
hey, that's true. That's true.
It's good. We're going to give devs a very easy way out. I would rather they focus. Give me 30, but it deserves. GTA, in my book, is okay to run at 30, but there are many other games that shouldn't be running at 30, in my opinion. However, when it comes to Starfield, I'll say this, and I even said it on Twitter. I think fundamentally Todd Howard made a big mistake with Starfield's design decisions, because you guys are saying, okay, it's fun to put a potato in a room and then put a million other potatoes. Okay, good physics, whatever. But it would have been a better implementation of physics to have the ship you're in. Imagine you're having a battle in a cave, get out onto the land, get into your ship, fly across a continent, continue the battle, fly off into the moon, land on the moon, continue the battle, come back to Earth, go into another dimension seamlessly would have been a better implementation of physics than putting potatoes in a room and saying, "Oh my goodness."
Simplistic view. Would they have the capability to remove realistic potato physics and get all of that? I'm sure they would have taken that.
What I'm saying is, No Man's Sky managed to do a lot.
And what's No Man's Sky running on?
Bethesda has the ability. They're more. They have a bigger budget. It's hard to understand why they would do that.
I do agree with the extent that in terms of their approach and design, they did make a fundamental mistake, which led to the loading screens and that design. Oti, I actually agree with you. I'm just saying the potato analogy was quite funny because it was quite simplistic, but I agree with you. Had they reject their focus, that's what I wanted, and I didn't get that with Starfield.
Yeah,
so I agree with you.
Gaz and I love No Man's Sky, and it does a certain thing really well, like that organic lifting off, going into the atmosphere, all that stuff that we love in that game.
Yeah,
that's running on a proprietary engine, just like Starfield. But Bethesda's always used a compartmentalized game building system where you walk into a shack, it loads you in. You walk into a cave, it loads you in.
It's a weakness.
It's a weakness to what they do. But Starfield does 30 times more things than No Man's Sky when it comes to single player quest and interactions with NPCs that you miss when you play No Man's Sky. You don't have actual true quests. You don't have a whole bunch of the same different types of combat. So different games. I'm glad both exist, and I agree. I wish that Starfield gave you that fluidity and that organic feel of going out to space, because I think they chopped it up into little pieces.
And that's what they they need to change that for Elder Scrolls, by the way, in my opinion. Obviously, they're going to space.
Yeah.
The loading thing, I think that needs to change. That either they deviate from the creation engine or fix it so that isn't a problem, because I think it does break immersion. For me, it does anyway.
Asa, do you understand that stuff? Like, can you explain to us and the audience, like, why Starfield decides to compartmentalize locations to a different place on the build? Does that make sense?
I cannot. It's really weird because you look at Bethesda's previous games like Skyrim and Fallout, and there are mods that take away the compartmentalization. There are mods that like open up Whiterun and all the rest of it so that you can seamlessly go between them. So it is not, in that sense, a limitation of the creation engine. If the modding community can make it work, then Bethesda certainly could.
Oh, wow.
It is a design decision, and flying across space is a tricky one. I absolutely agree with everybody's criticisms and concerns of the menus and loading screens and all the rest of it in Starfield. Those are very valid criticisms of the game, but they are a design decision that they made in terms of they felt like that would be long term in a game that you're playing for 100 hours or whatever. They thought going into a menu would be more fun than flying a ship, I would think. I don't necessarily agree, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna simple answer to your question, no, I can't tell you technically why they went in the direction that they did.
That you actually did give us a really good answer, even though you didn't.
But you know what? I have a feeling if, let's say, Starfield had because every time I say this on Twitter, for some reason, it's like there's a gospel. Thou must never compare Starfield to anything else. And I think that's just a cop-out. Because what I'm saying is, if you realistically look at what Starfield is doing well and add onto it, because I really feel we had, and I'm a PlayStation guy, but there was potential for game of the generation.
That's exactly what I said about review. They lost that potential.
Features. They're lacking features which people keep saying, don't compare. Those lacking features meant don't even have it on the... Now look at the reaction that people are having to the new game from Hello Games. It's called Life. I've forgotten the name.
It's called Light No Fire. We need to. Well, let's talk. We'll talk about that. Let me just quickly read these super chats.
It's insane.
That what they're doing with that, and we're going to get to the fun part, chat, of actually getting into the source. But before we do, let me just quickly read these super chats. This is also the fun part. That didn't mean to sound like that way. Dean Rivera, there goes. Got SM2 off Facebook. Spiderman 2 off Facebook Marketplace the day after it came out. Beat it in 8 hours. Resold it on Facebook for what I paid. Recycled the trash. Can't wait for Hellblade 2. Oh, Source. Oti wants to find out where you live. Karma God 91 with $5 super chat. Colt, Gaz, and Oti, even though you're a pony. Y'all real ones, bro. Thank you, Gaz, for this panel. Asa, I didn't forget you, broski. Shout out to you, man. Thank you, man. This is what we do. We'll invite all the Source. Champagne Supernova, shout out to you, man, for the Australian $2. As an amazing Lucas would say, yo, Blade game, rest in peace, Xbox. Did he say that? Rest in peace, Xbox? To Blade? Hoggy Chan with the $10 super chat. Starfield chose a NASA take. Reality doesn't work the way you want. How long does it take for us to go from continent to continent? How long does it take to get to another planet or even a moon? Well, that's true, but having that relegated in a way that's menu and abrupt and not fun isn't the idea. Other games can do it well. There could be some trickery employed there. Champagne Supernova with a $5 super chat. If Todd implemented an active reload system into Starfield like Gears, it would have been a far better game. Champagne, you speak facts. This is a in-joke about my incredible idea that's patented. I want Gears to have. Panic Boss with a $5 super chat. How can OC talk about Xbox games, but Xbox players can't talk about PlayStation games? You should only comment on games you've played, period. Well, I disagree with that, but you can talk
then why is anybody talking about GTA? I mean, some of these comments.
I love it. Oh, that's great.
And there it is. There is
the gospel finally.
Dean Rivera, tell Oti I'm in Miami. So Dean,
awesome.
He's like, come find him in Miami. Shout out to you, man.
No. I have no issue with him.
No, we're not. We just come on, man. Come on, bro. No beef. Game Awards. It happened. And various takes on it. To summarize, game developers or some industry developers are not happy. They're saying this is bastardized. It's supposed to be about the game developers, and you've really relegated them to like second or third place behind the spectacle of the show. To me, it was one of the best shows I've seen in a very long time. I thought it was an incredible show, and it... Like, I don't know, like in terms of that E3 format, it was incredible for me. But just the games and the announcements that we got, it was one of the best shows ever. So Jeff Keighley is getting it in the neck right now. In the neck for pissing developers off. Like, this is a serious issue. And he tried to,
He thanked Dinga, though, which was important.
He did thank Dinga in a way that we can't even replicate.
I was watching the show live and I go,
Did you
Fratiga's video was, oh my gosh, hilarious.
Fratiga's video was brilliant. Fratanga, man, you killed it. I was just watching it just before this show. So funny, man. Karma got OT question. I'll read the question later. But yeah, bro, the Game Awards, it's just fucking... Asa, man, like, did you follow the controversy? Did you feel it was a smarmy Jeff Keighley just trying to take advantage of these developers so he can pocket his bank account? I don't know if that's the right word. Or do you think he delivered a great show and needed to? What's your take on it before I get to the gems?
It is all of those things. It's I've seen a lot of repeated, very basic takes on this whole event. And it is... Like, I'm the first one to criticize the award nomination process and all the rest of it. As an awards show, there are massive flaws. But at the same time, like you said, you love the show. And if everyone is being honest, when you look at that show, we always criticize the pacing of a show that has too many people, too many devs talking on stage and all the rest of it. So as people viewing it, as people sitting at home or whatever else, this is what we want. We want it to go bang, 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 show us all the new stuff, show us all the trailers. This is an event and we love it. And you can say... they should strip the awards out, then they should put them separately, or they should take them more seriously, or all the rest of it. And there's not like a singular correct answer on how to fix the show with like retaining it as an award show and all the rest of it. It's complicated because on the one hand, you want the awards. That's what brings the industry together. That's what gets all of these people in a room together. That's why they're at the event. And you can see that it does mean a lot to them, despite all the flaws that we talk about. At the same time, we as an audience just want all of the news and all of the trailers. There are serious games award shows. If you care about Game Awards and you want the developers to get their respect and get their time in front of a microphone and all like cry together, you get that. You can watch it at DICE and Golden Joysticks and BAFTAs and all the rest of it, and none of us watch them and none of us talk about them, and that's the reality of it, because we want trailers and stuff, and I don't want to take that away from the developers. I want them to have those events, but those events are for developers. Jeff Keighley's show, I mean, the biggest shame of it is that it is kind of associated as being the main awards show. He's taken that Game Awards name and people see it, and it's the most talked about awards show, when it's not the real awards show. It's more like a Winter Game Fest, and that's how it is. And I'm not overly critical of that. I'm the first one to criticize the award nomination process and all the rest of it. There are a lot of things that need to fix, but overall it was a good show. It was a good show.
It was an excellent show to me. Yeah, the music cutting off gets bad. Obviously, that's something he can fix. And he said he was trying to get them to slow it down. I'm sure it's not easy. But Jeff Keighley, man, you did a great job as far as I'm concerned. There are obviously problems, but I love the show.
I think Jeff is a very good guy. He's very passionate.
I don't know about that, but...
I didn't say he's an arsehole. There are various things he does that I really don't like, where he plasters his Summer Game Fest and Game Awards logos over things it has nothing to do with. Like, oh, there's a Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. It's definitely not brought to the game by the Game Awards, but for some reason we're going to link those logos as best we can. I don't enjoy any of that. I respect the hustle, and that's how he got where he is. But I mean, there's fair criticisms that you can definitely label.
He's a hustler.
No, I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think this gaming industry is better with people like Jeff Keighley who
I agree
with, because it is tough to do what he's doing. You know, sometimes I think people criticize him, and they criticize him without realizing Jeff is not making games. If non-exciting games are being made, that's all he has to work with. So it's like, sometimes I'm like, oh man, they're criticizing him for something that was out of his control. For me though, I didn't watch the whole thing. It was, I think, 3 o'clock, starting at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's calculated. So I watched parts of it. But I'll just be honest with you, I have problems with these kind of shows because I don't know if it's... sometimes I prefer the shorter ones, like State of Play, or when Xbox has its small 20, 30-minute thing. Those ones over a period of time are more meaningful to me. The problem with these ones, you can see a game and it might be unbelievable, but the way it's presented to you is in these cinematic cuts that end up not really telling you much about the game. So like I was saying, Hello Games, I started to feel a lot because they showed it in the right way. Forza, let me even say Forza Horizon was shown in the correct way, just straight into gameplay. But many of the trailers I saw at the Game Awards, I'll be honest with you, man, I was left wondering, okay, what is this game really about? It looked like more like a movie trailer.
CGI. Yeah, there was a lot of CGI. But it was they did look. Colt, man, this was one of the best, if not the best shows I've seen. Like for me personally, there are a lot of announcements we'll get into now. But what are your thoughts generally of the show? Because to me, man, bro, I was on David Jaffe and Gene Park's show, bro. It was too manic. It was mental. It was really good. Everyone was high as fuck, talking about Gene Park's orgies, believe it or not. But yeah, like it was such a fun time. But it was also fun because of the show. What did you think, man? I feel like we should usually normally in party chat watching these, but yeah,
we usually do. Yeah. I'm also super glad that we have Jeff Keighley because he's built a platform where we get big reveals, and it is very apparent after this one that it is 95% about the reveals and 5% about the developers. Like this show is supposed to be for the developers, not us. It's really been made about the fans. Like we're here to get the awards. We're here to celebrate our favorite game. We saw the montage of people upset that their favorite game didn't win. People celebrating which ones did. I mean, Larian Studios on stage, like giving a heartfelt game of the year when they won the final thing, and they're playing them off with the music. They've got the big monitor in the middle of the 30th row that says "wrap it up," and that's bad. It's true that he's running a 3.5 hour show. He's like, we got a lot to do, so I got to keep these people off the stage as much as possible. And I think next year we're going to see major changes from Jeff Keighley in his show, where he's going to have to pivot and put more celebration on the developers and give them their flowers, give them their time to speak. Because for you to do a sidebar and have Sydney or Jeff let's quickly say who won best audio design and not even really bring everybody up for their awards is a disservice to that. But as far as all the reveals, they were real. Like everything showed really well. There were tons of multiplats. There's some cool looking games only coming to Steam. We got God of War free DLC, a roguelite in Valhalla, which looks awesome.
You're gonna get into the specifics of what made the show great, but I think you're right, and I hope they don't make a massive pivot because he's just trying to please everyone else. But Jeff Keighley, man, like I feel sorry for him because I feel like
he's gonna make a pivot when it comes to pushing his devs off.
Too much because the developers will be on this case. Now, one thing I want to talk about is Christopher Judge and the disrespect he threw and shade at Call of Duty. He goes on the stage, he goes, his speech was longer than the campaign of Call of Duty. I thought, that's quite funny. Developers didn't take it that way, and everyone's like, wah! Well, I perceive, wah! I understand both sides. I understand. Because you're saying it's all about the developers. This is a show celebrating developers, yeah? And he drops that joke. It was really more about the length of the game. He wasn't saying the game was bad. So, fuck it, bro. I can't say, well, fuck that shit, man. It was a funny little thing.
It's actually a joke that should endure for many years. And he could have made that joke 4 years ago, and it still applies.
Yeah, bro. Who cares? Like, am I wrong for saying this? Like, game developers, bro, they're so soft sometimes. Like in this industry, I compare it to the industries I work in, and developers are just being coddled. So I get it, joke. I also get the other side of it. It's like you've gone on stage, you kind of threw us under the bus. But other shows like the Oscars and all of that, they get Ricky Gervais taking the piss out of other people, and then this mild joke like stirs people up, and I'm like, it was look.
Let me tell you, people are too sensitive, man. It's we've got into a world where people are extremely sensitive. It doesn't make any sense. The joke was a joke. I mean, even the developers themselves know that was too short. So
but the developers didn't take it well, Oti. They came back and fired straight away, back at him. But they can't.
But what I'm saying is they know the length was it's like if you release a short campaign, he didn't lie. He was okay, he lied and he exaggerated, but I think they should take it and say, okay, we should do better. I don't think they should look at that criticism. They should just look at it as a joke.
The thing is, developers think like we're a community. This is a show for us to support each other. It's been a difficult year, and they're just like, all right, bruv, what the fuck, man? Like we always, bro, you can't. That's such a mild joke, bruv. Like to me, but at the same time, I'm saying like there's so much. I don't know. I'm torn between. I see the both sides. Like, Asa, are people being bitches, bro?
Yes, they are. So I saw there was an exchange on Twitter that kind of epitomized it for me, where someone said, my friend was a narrative designer on the Call of Duty game, and they would have been crushed to hear one of their heroes say that. And it's the internet, so someone without any empathy responded like, well, they should have made a longer game then. And the response to that one, right, that's normal. You'd expect that on the internet. Like someone pretty cold is like, they should have made a longer game then. And the response was, that's nothing to do with them. That's not their decision. They were doing what they're told. Why would they be crushed then? If it's not their decision, if they're doing what they were told, why would they be crushed by that criticism? Why would the developers of Call of Duty be hurt by a criticism that was clearly leveled at the executive level, at the decision makers at the top? Developers from Call of Duty, as far as I'm concerned, should be, it's an event to celebrate development, and they can be proud of all the effort that they put in. But at the same time, the joke is on their side. It's in their favor. It's saying like, Activision, stop taking the piss out of your developers. Give them time to make a more full game, a more lengthy campaign. And he was self-deprecating as well because he was laughing at the length of his own speech. So for me,
exactly,
the outrage and fallout from it is like, really, like it's what you want. You want more time to make a longer game, to be able to deliver a game, to get the respect and the time and the compensation that you deserve for it. So he's on the developer's side as far as I can see. And I think the fallout is a little bit silly in that regard. Say
he's unprofessional to doing that. Do you think it's that? Because we got Green Goblin says, to me, he was a guest and it was just unprofessional to call them out. I guess.
But he wasn't a guest of Activision. He wasn't a guest of Activision.
He was a guest on the show. Yeah, I mean, it almost like, I don't understand. Like,
let me give you an example.
Someone's outraged for something. And I'm like,
Jeff
really?
Keighley made a joke with that guy of No Man's Sky. What's his name again?
Sean Murray.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
Sean
take
Murray?
it badly because You know, he even made a joke about it himself. Like he was told, "Don't overhype it this time," and then he says, "I'm making the art." Yeah. So I think this is something that's constantly, even on Twitter, man. You make a joke and some will just take it. They want to look for the negative, you know. Christopher Judge does not hate Call of Duty, and I genuinely can't understand it. If the devs have an issue, I honestly think, now that I'll say this because it's owned by Xbox, guys will not believe that I think the Call of Duty devs stopped pushing hard. They've got comfortable, and I think that we are going to see a change within the next few years where other people are going to come pushing. Maybe it will motivate Call of Duty to do better. But I think to some degree they stagnate.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. And with this game, there was actually a bit. One of the developers actually said, "Well, if you knew what happened with the development of this game, you wouldn't make this joke." But I was like, "Well, you yourself are citing that there was external factors as a result of like store development uncertainty of whether or not you're going to commit to this game. So you admit that there was an external issue. Just take the joke and run with it." But people are just so. And Serve in the chat goes, "It's not about being soft. It's about showing respect." Absolutely. There is a disrespect there. On the stage, you come in about an event to show solidarity. I get it. That was disrespectful, but it's still a joke.
You know, despite what I said, I understand if you're looking at it from like a slippery slope perspective and you're thinking maybe the Game Awards is going to descend into like console war nonsense where Phil Spencer gets on stage and goes, "You see that Spider-Man, so much pressing triangle, that's bullshit that is." You don't like, I get it. You don't want it to descend into that. But for me, that's not what that was.
No, it wasn't. And Cole, hashtag be nice. By the way, 700 of you, hit the like button, man. Please.
I haven't even done that yet. There we go.
I just said that out myself. What did you? Fuck no. What did you? With my Septic Source account, not the GameOnDaily account, and you can't like your own shit. It's weird. But I'm a person. What did you think about this? Like this whole Christopher Judge thing. Like,
I thought it was a low blow at first, and then part of me was like, oh, you know, somebody's going to be all Xbox tax on this one, and I laughed it off. But I mean, Call of Duty is so popular. It's kind of like, why not make that joke? They're so successful.
Yeah, they're the big
They've
boys,
always
right?
had a short campaign. Like, what's the longest campaign in Call of Duty history? Like 5 hours, maybe? Like, and this one was what, 3? So, I mean, I don't know. I guess what probably happened is you got the God of War, the Kratos voice actor taking a dig at an Xbox first party game, and that's how some people took it. But it really should have been, I'm going to take a jab at one of the most successful and prolific gaming franchises in the world, and it's a joke that everyone will get. But it didn't hurt my feelings.
No. Bobby Kotick's hurting from that. He's sitting on his like millions going, "Oh, Christopher Judge is so mean about Call of Duty."
As his legs dangle from his golden throne. Yeah, kind of short.
Yeah, and he's like...
that's pretty much how I feel about it.
Fuck it. I think just like people are so fucking soft, in my opinion.
The funny thing was he got more mic time than any winner of any. Still, again, he got more mic time.
That is the problem. Christopher Judge gets time for his little shitty joke more than the fucking Baldur's Gate guy who won Game of the Year, and you cut him off. Like, come on, man. It's not, I get it, Serv. It's not it's the respect. But, you know, respect is earned, bruv. And Call of Duty, the big boy in the space, makes mad money, needs to go harder. They had some problems that didn't deliver. So the guy made a mild joke about the length of a game, which is still self-deprecating, and people lost their shit. Come on, bruv. We won't agree on this. Karma God, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. OT, question for you. If Sony was to lose this generation due to lack of game output, what would be your take on PlayStation? That's a weird hypothetical, but
that's weird because right now, what are they losing? But let me say this: Sony. What I'll say is, I think their output so far has been good. Although I would have liked Spiderman to come with something else from Sony itself, because I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, just having one big one like this was enough for me. But I will say this, they timed it really well with third-party support. Sony has been able, when they are busy cooking, to have Final Fantasy. So if you look at next year, Sony may not produce anything. Well, I don't know if there's something.
They don't even have any first party, do they?
Helldivers, when is it coming out? I'm not sure. But let's just say there's nothing from Sony for the first 6 months. The fact we're getting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there was something else that's also
Lost Ronin.
Yes, they keep you entertained even when they are not there. So I think Sony have been the masters of that. And at the same time, Sean Layden was saying something about Sony. By the time Sean Layden left Sony, he was worried that Sony was sort of going really big with the games, and that is unsustainable to some degree. I don't know if I agree with him that it's unsustainable. What I'll say is GTA skipped a gen. It skipped a gen for it to create this masterpiece that we think we are getting. If Sony is saying that, if Sony is saying that, hey, we want to also sort of take a bit more time, we'll take an extra year, or two to make our games really something, but we'll make sure that party is satisfying you, I will like that. But I'll say this, Sony's communication about certain things has not been to I would have liked a big show from Sony. Tell me in February we're going to have a big show, so we show you the next lineup. Because Sony has been like, we show you the lineup until Spiderman, then we are quiet about the lineup going forward. And sometimes Xbox fanboys are going to say, you have nothing. But we can see Sony has bullets. They have bullets in the gun. We just don't know when they're going to shoot.
Yeah, exactly. They'll presumably have bullets. They're just gas bullets. Hoggy Channy with a photo. TGAs can be fixed. Extend the show by an hour. Add 15-minute intermission in the middle. Great show overall, but need to focus on the actual awards. That's a good suggestion. Make it a bit longer. Have the intermission.
Me sitting in the UK with the show starting at 12:30. That's not going to make the show better for me.
Time. Yeah, that time, bro. I was up on Do That Stream till 4 a.m., but the time went so fast for me, man. Probably the drugs. No, I'm just kidding. Joseph Wall with a £5 super chat. To Cold Capwood is Baldur's Gate on Game Pass in the stream with us right now.
Did Baldur's Gate 3 come to Game Pass? Nope.
Okay. Karma got 91 with a $2 super chat.
Did I say it was going to? Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. I said I expected it.
Oh, did you? Is that what
did we hear that, Gaz? We heard a lot of that. We heard a ton of it.
We heard a lot of it, but I think did you say that it's definitely coming to Game Pass?
I did not hear about you and I did not hear about Blade until 2 days before the Game Awards. And we were like, and like, like this, the whole thing about the insider crap that everyone does, or the clout chasing, and you hear things, and sometimes you just don't say a word. But sometimes you hear things like when Sony sat down next to me at E3 in June in LA and said they were going to show Gears at this showcase, but they weren't ready, but they want to show it soon, and it looks insane. And I'm like, soon? That's got to be the Game Awards. And so I put that in my video, and it wasn't even there. Coalition's like, what now? So yeah.
But the same people that told us Blade was going to be there, the same people told us about Gears, and they've seen it. Yeah, they've seen it.
It's just how it happens, man. It's like,
and now I just drop it. Like, wouldn't it be a good idea if? And I'm just not going to do it because fuck that stupid shit. Because people are like, you said that. Karma God with 91 with a $2 super chat. Panna, how do y'all feel about SEGA? Karma God, that's my highlight. We're going to talk about it. Drowsy Kiro, thank you with the £5 super chat. God of War Ragnarok gets 15 million players in 1 year equals massive success. Starfield gets 12 million in 1 month. It's a flop. Make it make sense. Starfield is not flop.
More players available.
But players is like, I get it, sales versus players, but discounting players is ridiculous. Like, obviously,
they're all not getting it for free.
Starfield has made its money. Starfield's made its money from all these freaking controllers everyone bought, all this Constellation edition we bought, and the game sold well.
Can we say something about that?
They've said
Can we say something about that where they say it doesn't matter because the God of War things was sales and Starfield was just players? It's like,
it's not players.
Were they getting it for free? I mean, these people are paying for Game Pass, and I don't understand.
Colt. Let me just, if Sony decided to spend 200, 300 million on a game, put it on PlayStation Plus.
I don't know why they're not doing that. It's the dumbest thing ever.
No. Let me tell you why. If you put that kind of money in a game, put it on PlayStation Plus. God of War might have had 30, 40, 50 million guys tried, but it doesn't translate to this. It's Starfield. Let me finish. It doesn't matter how many people play if it's not translating to monetary value. So what I'm saying is, if in court Xbox is saying Game Pass is stagnating, we need more people for this to make sense to us. And 2027, if we don't see an increase, that is a problem for us. I'm just speaking facts. So it means that when a game like Starfield comes out, they don't want just the same people to play who've already they're giving them money with or without Starfield. They want to have new members come in, and Starfield, they can say Starfield brought 5 million more or something. There's a target they must have internally. So that target for them to say 2027 is a critical year, unlike Colt, what you're doing, where you're pretending everything is okay. These numbers clearly are not, they are not being met. Otherwise, why do you think he said 2027 there'll be a problem? Do you think it's so successful that that's happened?
Bro, listen to both hands while Phil goes, if we don't get more Game Pass subscribers, we're not going to make it. And then the other hand goes, we're making $3 billion to $4 billion a year on Game Pass. We're only putting in $1 billion into that investment. They are making so much money on Game Pass. They had a massive surge of sales and Game Pass subscribers from Starfield. You're saying that God of War Ragnarok would have 40 million players if they were on PS Plus? No, Starfield has more players because they're on PC. So I don't understand why PlayStation is not going day and date in PS Premium and going day and date in PC, other than the double dipping factor, which they're holding on to the double dipping factor. It works for them. Double dicking, I said. There you go. I'll say it wrong.
Double dicking. Wait.
So don't tell me. Don't tell me that I'm saying it's okay that Xbox is dying. All the fanboy stuff aside, like Phil sits back and goes, stop watching my pockets. We're making more money than ever. Are we set? But everyone looks at that stupid console and goes, oh, there's the measurement. When Yoshida himself and Phil said that the console sales figures is not the measurement of success. It's monthly active users, and it's players on your ecosystem. It's game sales. And you guys are so stuck in the plastic war. That was still 2010s.
Senior Vice President of PlayStation, Hideaki Nishino, says, rather than profitability, we want to increase the amount of time we can play with PlayStation 5. If you can play anywhere, I think some people will definitely spend more time playing games. That's coming from Sony.
We have this weird perception of how gaming business works. Phil says
November 17th.
What's that?
I don't understand how you guys cannot see the logic. There is a target every time a game launches, and these games, let's be honest, you're saying they spent $1 billion on Game Pass. If Last of Us, the next Naughty Dog game, is clearly passing 200 million. Also, Xbox are also having games internally that cost a lot. How much did Halo cost? What you're saying is that for some reason you're removing a number like $1 billion, which is ridiculous. First-party development is over $1 billion at Xbox. So I don't know how you're saying $1 billion on Game Pass, but forget the numbers. All I'm saying is
Phil said they're spending $1 billion in Game Pass per year.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish. What I'm saying is, I think what happens is, if Jim had told the PlayStation community, 2027, if things don't get better, we might be out of the console space. If Jim had gone to court and said, hey, we've been trying to grow our subscriptions, which we've been pushing people, but it's stagnated. If Jim had said all those things, I can tell you there would be PlayStation guys like Porter Rock and so forth who would be having honest conversation and saying, is PlayStation in trouble? But what you guys are doing is just closing your eyes to the facts being presented.
It's very rare that I do this, but I don't want this conversation to go on and on. So I'm just going to say there's a couple of things there. Starfield. One thing that's really curious about it, the 12 million players. So first, there's been developers from Bethesda come out and say, holy shit, that's amazing. We love that 12 million players have played our game. And that's important because generally when you strip out console wars and corporations and all the rest of it, and you look at the bit that we actually care about, the creatives, for them to be happy that people are playing their game, that's sentimental. I like that. I feel that. It's weird to me when you look at 12 million players and 30 million Game Pass subscribers ish. It's weird to think that there's about 20 million people who Xbox have effectively said, here's a free Starfield, and they said no thanks. That kind of highlights how far apart we are from a lot of people playing games. That's like, there's so much going on in gaming beyond what we see, because there's 20 million people there that said no thanks to Starfield, which is, who are you people? This is weird, right? And I can't actually remember what I wanted to say, but I don't want to sit here talking about Starfield for no reason. So, Gaz, what was your favourite announcement at the Game Awards?
I love it.
We're gonna have a circular argument about it. Like, this is like interesting talk, but we're not gonna agree on it. Like, and we don't have the insight into it. But this 2027 date, I think is gonna be a barreling L for PlayStation, guys. If I'm wrong, that's a huge L because Xbox is not in the space anymore. We'll see. Time goes like this, right? Joseph Wall with a £5 super chat. Just Christopher Judge's speech was longer than Redfall's popularity. What? Was Redfall even ever popular? Karma God 91, thank you so much. I didn't have a problem with his joke, but it stopped when he said another company I will never work for. That's the thing. When Christopher says, oh, that's another company I'll never work for, was he meaning in the sense like, well, they're not going to hire me after I put the two under the bus for this joke? Or were they saying, I'm never working for them because they suck? I think it's the former.
I think that line where he said, there's a company I'm not going to work for, reinforces the fact that he was attacking the executive level and not the developers.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Joseph, he goes, Christopher Judge makes a joke at COD equals petty. Sarah Bond at Activision makes a joke at PlayStation. No issue. Hypocrite.
What joke?
Sarah Bond? What joke? Sarah Bond didn't make a joke. But what was the joke? If you could let us know.
I don't remember that joke.
Sarah Bond is the nicest person. She hasn't done anything wrong yet. Champagne Supernova with a $2 Australian. More gonzo at Jeff's waist height next year. That was so weird. But if you want it, it's definitely got more personality than Jeff Keighley. Splendid First with the £5 super chat. All these things that Activision and Microsoft have been through with the CMA and Bobby Kotick and the lawsuits, and the joke was not funny, especially from a pony. Woohoo! I don't give a shit, Splendid First. You think I'm gonna cry? Oh, he had a hard time getting a $70 billion fucking deal through the line. Suck it, right? Splendid First.
Honestly, I like the idea that he's a pony because he's Kratos. Like, he's not actually Kratos, and he doesn't work for PlayStation in that sense. He's an actor.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, guys, there was something I wanted. This game, Blade. What I wanted to ask is this concept of them not having the label.
Can we get into that? Because that's a whole topic on that, by the way.
Yeah,
that's a whole topic.
Yeah, I wanted to know what you guys
the
think.
source of the show, by the way. Just leave that because that's a whole topic that we're just going to get into. So we'll talk about Blade and no label as well, because that's a big chunky one of this topic. Karma God, he says, Oti, you can't save Kong, bro. I don't know what that means.
Can't save what?
Kong. I don't know what Save Kong is. Mike with a $5 Australian. Making fun of yourself by taking a jab at something else is not how self-deprecating humor works. It comes across as narcissistic and not funny at all. Fair enough. I think there's a bit of both, but
just a game.
He does come across a little bit like he loves himself. I'm not gonna lie. Face with a $20 super chat. Shout out to you, because Microsoft console sales don't matter. Subscriptions and monthly active users matter. But yet Microsoft doesn't give Game Pass subscriber numbers anymore. Game console sale numbers or other numbers for that matter. Why, Colt? I think there's a now I'm going to retread this, but
yeah, because they're not going up high enough. When they do, they will. I know they will. But they said they weren't going to show them anymore. But I also heard that
they're not doing that.
They're not showing Game Pass numbers because developers are starting to ask for more money to get into Game Pass. Oh, which I think is kind of greasy.
I think it's greasy. Microsoft is a bit being smarmy there. Yeah. They definitely are, because the Game Pass is incredible, but developers are now looking to get into it, and Microsoft wants to maintain its negotiating position here. So there'll be an element of that, plus the other added value of added points of perhaps the growth has stalled quite considerably, and that's why they're not doing it as well. We don't know, but I think it's a combination of both and more factors, I'm sure. Just bring it with a $3 super chat. Xbox is breaking revenue records every quarter. Revenue is the one with the ABK coming into the fold. It muddies things a bit because of $70 billion expenditure plus, and then you've got revenue obviously coming in. How do you reconcile that? That makes the numbers very complicated, I'm sure, but they can be shifted in a way that could make shareholders happy or sad. Joseph Wall with a £2 super chat. 20 million people avoided Starfield as it's butters. Stop butters, blood. Sometimes it's butters, but sometimes it's fit, bro. And thank you for the $3 super chat. Just bring it. First party games get sold on top of Game Pass. Actually, the games do, and people forget that. Games are selling and they are being on Game Pass. And Starfield,
they already have reports saying that sales increased.
Wait, they have reports on what?
Starfield was the number, like the NPD, like it's still sold well considering it was on Game Pass. A lot of people bought that as number 7 best-selling game to October of the year, whatever it was. It exceeded their expectations and it charted there despite being free on Game Pass. Game Pass.
Like Skyrim total sold around, was it 30 million copies?
I mean, it just came out. We haven't even had a year of Starfield's release.
No. I'm not comparing. What I'm trying to say. Okay, I'm comparing, but what I'm saying is, what was the total of Skyrim?
I don't know.
I think it had passed
up until now in the first 3 months. I don't know.
What I'm saying is, as a game over the years, it got to 30. I'm wondering again.
5 years later.
I'm wondering again, when you buy a developer like Bethesda for $7 billion, their game, fine, it did okay, but it wasn't let's be honest, it wasn't the juggernaut in terms of sales that maybe they would have hoped if they are talking about sales. So the other thing they must be hoping for, if the sales was not, because this is a big game, the other thing they must be hoping for, in my opinion, I could be wrong, is that Starfield is going to bring in a lot of subscribers, because I think that is how Game Pass becomes sustainable. But at the same time, I wish they would tell us. Like right now, telling me 12 million players played Starfield means less to me than telling me they got 5 million new subscribers.
But that's what they did. They confirmed Starfield single-handedly resulted in the greatest spike in Xbox Game Pass ever.
I swear people do not even bother even paying attention to the reports.
No. What I'm asking is the numbers. You see, I'm saying I cannot reach a conclusion because they don't share those numbers.
But they shared them. Someone can bring those up, because there was a chart.
I don't understand what Oti's looking for. Like, he already knows Starfield and already feels like Starfield isn't one of the greatest, most prolific games ever. And he's not impressed by spikes in Game Pass, spikes in sales. He's not impressed with the game scoring on the level of...
I'm just saying.
I don't understand what you're looking for.
But he's looking for the raw data.
Is what it is.
All I'm saying is the raw data actually is available in the way you're requesting it. You may have not seen it, but I'm pretty sure there is.
I thought they stopped sharing how much Game Pass has got to.
No, because there was a chart. What was it? Like, we even talked about. There's a whole show dedicated. Sorry, chat, but there was definitely the data out there, and it exceeded expectations. It made single-handedly the highest spike in Game Pass subs beyond Microsoft's expectations as well. And chat, if you can, please refer. Huggy, you might know what that was, or the report or the article. That would be great. If it's specific hard data, that'd be good as well. But I think Starfield, in that sense, Oti, is a big success in almost all fronts. If your raw hardware sales, like that, seems antiquated anyway, and it still did well on that front. And there's more ongoing support and content coming in there. I think that, and you said it yourself. Their idea is to bring people in, and I think they've brought that in. If that game represents the biggest spike in Game Pass beyond their expectations, that can surely be seen as a success. Black Cobra goes, don't forget Starfield had 2 million players play it 5 days before the game even came out, which means 2 million players paid $100 to play it early, which they did. And that was very good. That's a raw sales, 2 million people playing it early before the game is even launched, and paying
Skyrim
big premium on top
Skyrim
of the
also
hardware.
launched on PC, PS3, Xbox 360 all at the same time, and is probably the best Bethesda game ever made. So yeah, it's done really, really well.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean, Skyrim.
We can disagree. We can disagree on that. All I'm saying is, I think that for me to really judge Xbox games, like let's say they release new stuff, I think it'll, since they don't seem to appear on the charts for long. So the only real way of judging the success is through the subscriptions. And if they would share if they would share that data, like just say something like 3 million new guys, and then it might start to make sense. But I think they hide so much. It's hard to reach a conclusion. Someone might say they had a
divide
spike.
is the console sales. I think you feel like sales, and it's a different.
It's totally
they're
different
diametrically opposed in terms of their business model at
Xbox
the moment.
Also, how long Gaz's Xbox spent posturing down with their success rate in under massive international scrutiny while they try to acquire Bethesda and then ABK. It's been, I mean, I can understand if you're like really all about the list wars, not being able to grasp onto really tangible data, because Xbox has had to hide a lot of stuff, and PlayStation's made a lot of really crazy, wild comments about themselves and about the competition amongst all this scrutiny. And it also will fold into when Gaz is ready to talk about Blade, because it's all sort of mixed into the same mess.
Well, before we do that, yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk about Game of the Year. Baldur's Gate 1, that's it, done. Okay, move on. Next, let's talk about the games, okay? Let's talk about it. Before we do Gamer by Choice, he goes, I played Starfield early, premium upgrade, and Game Pass. And yeah, Dead Planet says, whether Game Pass has 2 billion or 40 million subs, I don't give a fuck. That's probably the best answer. Joseph Moore says, with the £2, you can't sub to PlayStation Plus via drinking Lucozade. Okay. Oh yeah, because the promotion. Yeah. Okay. Enough of Game Pass. Let's get into the fun bit. Let's talk about this showcase and the mad games that they revealed. Let's start with PlayStation. The only first-party thing we saw: God of War Ragnarok DLC. OT, are you hyped about it? Like, this is a roguelike kind of mode for this game. Shadow Dropped is coming out. Forgot when it's coming out. 12th? Okay, it's coming out in just 3 days. What do you think about this? You're not a big Ragnarok fan, though, right?
No, I'm not a big Ragnarok fan. It's like I'm saying, it's a good game, but for me, I'll just be honest with you guys. I want to see certain things done in gaming. So whether it be PlayStation or Xbox, sometimes you might think I'm being very critical of some games, but if you look at the games that I'm not so much a fan of, like I'm saying, they're good, but God of War, for me, Ragnarok, the level design, I wasn't a fan. So it's sort of, I found 2018 pushed in terms of what it did. I found it to be overall, it's difficult to say because Ragnarok improved action, it improved quite a number of things, but like I say, where was I expecting Ragnarok to be?
Yeah.
But where did it get to? So I'll just say this is good. It's a good game, but it just wasn't speaking to me that well. Like like Ghost of Tsushima, you see it in me. I love Ghost of Tsushima, but Shadow of Colossus. There are a number of games you can see I love, GT7, but Ragnarok somehow didn't. It didn't speak to me as strongly.
I need to complete that. It didn't speak to me as well. I loved the 2018, man. I loved it. So, but this looked really good. Like a roguelike. Well, I mean, Asa, would you like? You completed it, Ragnarok, and you weren't that impressed with it either. Or you said it was all right, but overhyped, overrated, maybe.
Ragnarok definitely has its flaws. I wasn't happy with the way that the story concluded. But this DLC is not. It's not really impacted by the way the story concluded. It's not really impacted by the pacing and the puzzles and all the rest of it. What this DLC should do is take on the bit that I like most about Ragnarok, which is the combat. Ragnarok has probably my favorite melee combat of modern games. You've got these kind of two camps. You've got the Souls games that are very slow and deliberate and methodical, and you've got the kind of Devil May Cry is not a very recent example, but you've got the more fast-paced hack and slashy games. God of War sits like perfectly in the middle for me as a really weighty but fast and responsive melee game. So I really, really like the combat in it, despite not liking the story. So the idea that they've taken that combat and made a mode out of it and given it away for free sounds kind of fantastic, except that I don't really like roguelikes. So I'm sitting here looking at it going, well, more God of War Ragnarok combat. It sounds kind of fun. I've kind of forgotten the controls, so it sounds like it might be a bit difficult to get into, but it sounds like a good thing. But to get a roguelike to be entertaining to me is actually pretty difficult. It has to really, like, Hades is the only one that I like. So I'm not going to sit here bashing my head against a roguelike that I feel is repetitive and boring. And I don't know if that's the case for Ragnarok or not yet. To be honest, if you were to ask me right now, am I going to download it and play it? I don't know the answer. There's a lot to do at the moment. So
I saw
Free's
BG
a good price,
was... Free is a great price, and it's a great drop, and it's really good that to me, it shows the importance really of Sony really understanding the value of engagement and sustaining engagement in their games, and that's evidence of like this. You've got the freaking Sony's guy saying, man, like that the entire portal wasn't even designed to be profitable. It was designed about increasing the time you spend with the games. And people know, and Sony knows this metric is so fundamentally important, getting people to invest their time in their game, and they release it for free. And it's going to be a game that people love the combat. PlayStation guys will spend time on it. And I think that's the right mentality to have, to additive experience for free. What's there to complain about? Good move, and hopefully it delivers well. The combat was much better in Ragnarok than 2018, I found. Just the comboing of it all, but just the story fell away from me. Would you get this goal? But you haven't completed Ragnarok, have you?
I think I'm about at the same spot, like way past the midway point on Ragnarok, and then I kind of just fell off. I don't know if I'll try it. But I'm with Ace. I don't like roguelites. I don't care who makes them. I've tried. I don't find the joy in them. The rinse and repeat that they just never have gotten for me. And I have too many good friends who love them, and I just kind of stay out of the conversation. Some things you just don't like. Yeah, I just couldn't. Yeah, Ragnarok.
I'm pretty sure if I go through the tedium bit in the middle, I will start to really then enjoy it. But it's annoying that I have to go through that. But just finding time to go through that. But yeah, I think PlayStation guys will. BG was saying on Twitter, oh, fuck's sake, I've forgotten the controls and I have to remember them again to play this. And I think that's a big valid point. Like, there's quite a delay between the release of the game and that feature coming out. So there's that point, because controls are going to be hot. You'll get used to it after an hour, though, but an hour is a long time. Danny Passion Official, thank you. He goes, Street Fighter was the #1 selling game of September, and Starfield, sorry, was the #1 selling game of September and #7 of the year in the first months. He doesn't.
That's what I was laughing when we said we don't have any metrics, that they don't stay on the chart. Like it did really well on the chart for being free. And when Ace is talking about, why didn't 30 million people play it when it was available to him for free? This is how games are, and exclusive games especially normally sit around, except for Spider-Man's like the only exception. Exclusive first-party games normally sit around the 10% retention rate according to the platform. And I've done the numbers so many times. What?
He gave God of War Ragnarok a hard time for the considered install base. Starfield, Also,
Well, I mean, yeah, he was pretty harsh
man.
when he did that. But
Hey, Colt,
when you
man,
look at all the
you're a
popular games,
master.
Spider-Man's broken past the 10 to 15% rate.
yeah.
But
Oti, what are you saying? They're like a villain, bro. You're saying,
Yo,
have you
man,
seen the
like I'm
movie?
saying-
What was it? Lord of War, where Nicolas Cage is like, he gives him the gun, and the guy looks over and he shoots the soldier. He goes, and Nicolas Cage loses. He goes, "What are you doing? I can't sell a used gun." You know, you're right. You're like, they're saying like that. General, sir. What are you gonna say?
Okay, what I'm saying is like
it.
Colt will say that sales matter when it's convenient. Then now he'll say it doesn't when it's an Xbox game. Like I'm saying, it's like I'm debating.
I was just contesting your argument where you said they didn't say anything in the
I'm
chart.
saying on Twitter you are busy.
You're wrong.
You're using you guys have a tendency to say, "Hey, what happened to the other 30 million PlayStation owners?"
Hit the brakes, Oti. Oti, hit the brakes. Me saying 10% of 100 million people.
No. I'm saying what you said before is not the same as what you're saying now. That's what I'm saying. The flipping.
There is no flipping. I've been saying this. I have videos from 2015 saying exclusives typically sell 10 to 12% across PlayStation and Xbox platforms. And the only time I've ever seen it break is far beyond years when I made that video when Spider-Man has hit like 30 million people in 5 years. Like, that's a really good, what do you call it?
Spider-Man has got to 30. It's got to 30.
Huh? Yeah, 30 million people on Spider-Man plus Miles Morales. They bundle the two games together for that sales metric. But yeah, Spider-Man's done really well.
1,200% of the Xbox player base.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the flip-flopping stuff, like, I may make some jokes from time to time, but like, I don't care if a game sells. Like, I just buy a game. I just care. I hope that I like a game. And I want Xbox games to do well. I have a big video, 100,000 views earlier this year where I said Xbox needs to get off the pine. They need to get out of the dugout and they need to push. And Gaz and I give this big speech with the Xbox tax. It's up to them to spend that money and to make up the deficit that they've caused. It's not the fans. It's not the media. Holy smokes,
if someone
guys.
came up behind Oti, start massaging him, would be so epic right now. He looked like
I'm gonna need it right now.
Rocky, give him a massage.
This is a heater. It's not.
No, I'm saying you look like if someone came out then start massaging you, you'd feel so like legit. You look like a G right now, just sitting there like, I'm not taking this. I love it. This is why I love you, bro. You just do what you're doing, bro. I'm not complaining. I'm just enjoying the spectacle. You don't see this, chat. You don't see this. I need to bring more of this, although hopefully less.
And it's all in good fun. It really is all in good fun.
There's a bottle, but there's a lot. Look, there's years of tensions, and I'm trying to condense that in a game show. Like it's fun. It's fun. Your facial expression is confusing me. Karma God 91. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Is everyone so centered around Xbox and PlayStation, not considering Nintendo? What did Nintendo actually do?
I know when I say that, I feel bad.
What do you mean?
Nintendo doesn't count.
Well, let's look at the list here, and we'll go through that and see what they did at the Game Award. We'll find out. Well, other than the awards, Don Sega the Otaku. Oh, you changed your name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. 10% for everyone, but Nintendo, when it comes to attach rate, 20 to 30% for them. That's who you are, Nintendo the Otaku. Yeah, Don Sega. You change your name to Don Sega, we will always know you as the Nintendrone, and you're right.
I'm glad because I kept mispronouncing his name the other day. I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't read it right, even though I've read it a million times. So now I got it. Don Sega. Don Sega. Don Sega.
Don Sega.
Bro, we got to talk about Jet Set Radio.
We will. We're just about to start the show. Joseph OD looks awesome, but using the PT door on Xbox is wrong. Sony helped him out to start KP. We'll talk about that. And he's done them dirty. Hope his next sushi gives him the diarrhea. So Joseph is so pissed, and let's talk about this game. Hideo Kojima comes out on stage and reveals OD, not OT. OD, this game using
OD
the
acquired.
PT door on Xbox is wrong. He feels the sacrilege. Sony helped Hideo Kojima. He says, how Kojima Productions, and he's done them dirty. But here comes the game, and they showed it off, or did they? And I'm left with more questions than I have had before the game is released. What the frick is this game? It kind of annoyed me, to be honest. I'm like, bro, what is going on? Like, is this a game? And then I love the fact that the translator goes, just to say, it is a game, but it's like a movie and something you haven't experienced before. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a game. What the frick's going on? But the thing that saved it for me was Jordan Peele coming out on stage. Because Jordan Peele's a genius, bro. And he's a gamer as well. And him coming on stage, and when he said this, that he goes, this is something fucking different. He interrupted Kojima. This was not scripted. He goes, by the way, this is crazy. He put that in there at the end. I feel like I want to be hyped about it, but at the same time, the skepticism is that overtaking the hype. Because what the frick is this even in game? Is there some actors in there? I don't even know. Asa, what the frick is this game? What is it? What's a cloud? What's
cool.
it?
So what we know about it is that it is made with Xbox's like brand new cloud pioneering studio publishing partner wing, whatever. So it's going to be very heavily reliant on the cloud. The trailer to me says that it is based on AI. I think these actors are all, this is referring to AI training. This is witnessing various AIs being trained on data and reacting to it. We know that it's a horror
AI,
game. I think that's the central theme of the game. The technology is metahuman. Yeah, you're seeing Unreal Engine 5, you're seeing metahuman, you're seeing actors brought to life through Unreal Engine 5. But the way that they're repeating those lines is, I think, a reference to AI being trained on data and learning and growing. So I think that's a central theme of the game. Yeah. And that's very Kojima to take something that's like pertinent and going to be an issue for the next few years, like contemporary and ahead of time. I think that is a central theme of it. What the game is in terms of when a player sticks, when a player has a controller in their hand, if you're going to ask me like what you do in this game, is it first person, third person, like what kind of horror game is it? I've got no idea at the moment because we've only seen that kind of pretentious nonsense. My question for you though, Gaz, we'll start with, is OD going to be available on PlayStation?
Huh? No? Why?
That's a bold answer. So if you're Xbox and Kojima says, I'd love to work with you, but all my fans are on PlayStation, so it's conditional that this game also releases there, do you think Xbox would say no?
I don't see that game releasing on PlayStation.
But if Kojima made it a condition,
this one line in the trailer that makes me ask,
you would say yes. All right, fine.
Well, you would, and there's one line in there that's like, oh, is that a reference? It's like it's for all players. It says in that speculative trailer. Just like,
because it's probably going to be on mobile, but half of Kojima's games are available on Xbox.
Did they label the platforms at the end of the trailer?
So.
They haven't announced platforms.
Studios. No.
Okay, maybe if they're implementing cloud tech, then it might be something that actually is something that might even be on PC. Like I think this game might actually be more of a success on PC than it is on console, maybe. But I think for me, visually, I loved what I saw. I think that might, if that's all real time, I think that's the most impressive real-time facial animation that I've seen. But again, man, it's just this thing of game trailers being more movie-like. But I understand why it's done. But it's like I can't look at that trailer and say, "My God, I'm now blown away." You understand what I'm saying? It's like we really didn't see gameplay, and I think it gets to a point where I really wish people would take that leap like God of War 2018 or like Forza Horizon, where you just boom, let me show you what the gameplay is. Yeah. This is what you're buying, a game.
That teaser is that's what annoys me about this as well. I like the mystery. I do feel though that this isn't just. I asked the question: is this like one of his fucking projects that he's just going to have a little art project and he's going on a little? Microsoft is funding it because they're desperate to have it. He's going, let me do this thing, and there's an element of that I'm concerned about. But at the same time,
there's also the report that Stadia was supposed to take this game on and it got defunct, and now Phil's like picked it up for $5. You know, I don't know. I'm not a
TPS as
Kojima
well,
fan whatsoever. So
I've been told that if I bear with Death Stranding, I'd really like it because it's quite artsy fast.
I told
Wait,
you that.
you guys did not like the MGS series?
I loved MGS.
I love the
But
first.
MGS 5 is
the
overrated.
first two on
as fuck.
Nintendo. The first one
MGS
on
1 is my
PlayStation.
top number 2 of all time. No, number 3 of all time. MGS 1 is work of
I
art.
am extremely eager to see Kojima return to a more like his storytelling, but with a more action like I miss. Like I feel like we are missing a Metal Gear, to be honest. A Kojima led. There's just
I
something.
didn't like it. I didn't like 5, but I think Kojima is the kind of person you want in the industry who tries crazy shit. Because
but wouldn't, the gameplay of 5 to me is still some of the best gameplay for an open world action adventure.
My friends disagree with me as well, and they all say the same thing. What did you think of Death Stranding?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Again, I'll just be honest with you. I bought it, but I struggled with it. There are certain games that are just not for me. But at the same time, I can see how it's a very good game for other people. But I'll just say it's not for me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like OD might not be for a lot of people as well. Whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. But it just seems like some people are fans of Kojima, some are not. I'm like in the 50-50. Delivered incredible games, but at the same time, some of them I'm not a big fan of. Some I haven't even tried. Games Lord with the €5. Hopefully, Xbox triumphing over PlayStation prove that Jeff isn't paid by Sony to win the Game Awards. Adaptation aside, Sony won nothing on the Game Awards. Games Lord, ooh. Karma God with a $2 super chat. I will not tolerate the cult disrespect. Be better. Joseph at the mic. I am. What does that mean? Have I missed something? At Mike, I am. Barry Shack Kids goes, if OD's about AI, Thomas Salah's head will explode. Facts. You know what I did, Barry? I sent that print screen to Thomas Salah in DM. So let's see what he says to that. So we had that. And then we had, bro, have you played, I know Monster Hunter is an acquired taste as well, but Monster Hunter Wilds looks insane to me, man. I played Monster Hunter Wild, completed it with my friend Jim, and it's one of those games that he held my hand with that game so much that and guided me with the best weapons that I powered through that game. I enjoyed it to a certain degree. The wiggly leechies is all I remember of that game, where you get your health. But Monster Hunter Wilds looks freaking insane. Like, this game looks mad. Like, I was shocked at how good it looks. Like the traversal on it, the way you were on like even on the animal, like the platforming of it, this game just looked beautiful. Like I didn't, bro. If you asked me before that, would you be hyped for Monster Hunter? I'm like, okay, but this one looked amazing. Did you guys play? Did any of you guys played Monster Hunter World? Is there something you would be excited about? Yeah, Colt, you did.
I played a bunch of it. I don't really like the game, but I know people love it. Monster Hunter Wild, go for it. Super popular, man.
Bro, there is a thing to it though, where you do play with co-op, and it's really janky with how to get co-op working. It's one of those kind of things, very Japanese in its style. But and the story was just weird to me, but I love the gameplay for it, and I think this one is going to sell mad. I mean, remember, Monster Hunter World actually basically helped save Capcom. It sold so well, and Monster Hunter Wilds, it just looks beautiful. At one point at the start, we were like, "Is that Chocobo?" I was like, "Kind of looks like a Chocobo."
Yeah, that looks just like him.
Yeah, and then afterwards, when he starts, like, you're seeing this, the kind of next genness in these games seems to be portrayed through a lot of abundance and density, which I like to see. Lots of animals, lots of things going on, and
like I haven't played a Monster Hunter, but I'll be honest with you, this trailer, you see, again, it was more or less gameplay.
Yeah,
it impressed me to the point where I'm like, This is what I want from trailers. But hey, guys, just to say one more thing about what Kojima is doing. Because somebody was complaining that why am I saying it to be better on PC? It's not that I'm saying it's going to be better. I just think that Kojima is so. I think he's thinking out of the box, and I think that box is also out of the console space. Like, why is he going and asking them for help? Okay, they've come to him saying, not here's the dev kit for Series X or S. It's like they've come and said, what can we do with cloud technology? This is the same guy who, remember on PS1, Psychomantis was reading your mind and said, okay, the solution was change the memory card. Something is making me think this guy might be doing something where we are on our phones connected.
That's what I was going to say.
Like you're saying, AI is doing something and you've got a virtual double that's talking to somebody. Like, I just think that this might be a very experimental game that if we keep thinking of just the console with what Kojima is aiming, we might be surprised.
Yeah,
so that's why I was saying I'm thinking beyond the console. It wasn't like a diss on Series X.
Yeah. I got to add to what Oti said. It's brilliant because I was thinking the same thing. We were both on the same wavelength where you would play this game on your screen and then you could pick it up on your phone like immediately, like right where you are and continue on. Because he's like, this is a Strand game for Death Stranding. Maybe he was trying to build up a concept where you could be interconnected with this overdose game at any time. And if that means that you pick it up on your tablet or your phone or your cloud or whatever, it could be something really crazy. I don't know if it's for us, but you got to give the guy
scan on your phone and then upload it to the cloud, and you have your face there, and like people like playing those characters.
It's interesting. Like you've given me nightmares about. There was this this tweet that do you remember the cryptocurrency and NFT bros kind of era of time about a year ago? And there was a tweet about this dream sequence of games that use NFTs where you're harvesting for some kind of like egg or crystal or something, and then you go to the store and you play your Mac 3 like Connect 3 Gems game while you're waiting in the queue, and then you get this egg thing and you use it to fuel your spaceship in a different game, and it was freaking nightmare fuel that someone was very enthusiastic about. I really hope that what Kojima's doing is not anything along those lines where you take your experience onto a mobile phone, because I don't want to. But we do know it is a fact that he's working with a specific, like it's a pioneering project. It absolutely is. He's working with a team that was set up specifically from Xbox to pioneer cloud native games. So I'm really excited to see what they come up with, and I hope that it is something fantastic, and I hope that it's not a mobile focused thing, but we'll see.
But I think mobile might be an additive part of it, just scanning your face and interact with it. But I do get that bit of do it like that, because I remember when Destiny was coming out, the developer said, Bungie said that they wanted you to like be connected, go home, play at work and sharpen your sword or something, or your gun and clean it there. And I was like, that sounds kind of nice, but kind of shit at the same time. Well, we'll see. We'll see what Oti is going to be about. But I love the Jordan Peele. That saved it for me, because it seems like and then with Jordan Peele on the stage with him, he says, "It's not just Jordan Peele. We've got some big stars." I was like, "How does Jordan Peele feel about that?" Like absolute legends. I can't even tell you about. So he's going for some serious. This is not some serious high budget.
Chris Pratt. Tom Holland. Yeah.
No. Crucial Black. Thank you for the $5. I want to see Oti and Gaz in a movie together. It'll be $1 billion hit. Chat. Think of the name of the movie with me and Oti.
Some Miami Vice kind of thing.
Yeah, Miami Vice. That would be brilliant.
Get you guys in all the 80s gear. Man, I'd pay to see that.
Deadly Headley, shout out to you, man. He was on a show last week. He'd been a member for 17 months because the Jurassic Park Survivor reveal got me hyped. Question for the panel: what was your favorite trailer reveal? Happy Saturday, dudes. Deadly, we will talk about that at the end. But yeah, Jurassic Park Survival from Saber Interactive. Like, people are very hyped about it, and it some parts of the gameplay, whatever, looked all right. I'll be honest with you, the whole time I was watching, I was thinking, is that Mia Khalifa, the porn star, or the former porn star? There's a chick in there. It looks like Mia Khalifa. You know what? You are no Cole. You're a good boy. But you'll see a very prominent Lebanese porn star, ex-porn star in there. And you're like, what? Is that her? the studio that made it, Saber Interactive, have made Space Marines 2 and Teardown. So I haven't really even played their games. There's Mia Khalifa on screen.
But she does look like that.
A little bit.
I see the similar. Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. There was, I was like, there's some bits where it's just like, oh shit.
Yeah, but this is still CG. You know,
yeah, it's CG.
I don't really like this stuff.
I think we saw some gameplay for this.
I think right at the very end. Did you guys notice that a lot of the gameplay trailers shown that night were at 30 FPS?
Yeah.
Were they?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah. And I think it's still devs saying they show better this way, but I think gamers know better that they'd rather see them at 60 if they are 60.
Cinematics at 60 look worse than 30, by the way, or 25. Because, you know, stuff. Suicide Squad, I was playing the alpha, and there's bits where they're doing the slow motion action hero walk thing, and at 60 just looked weird. It was like, this would look
like
so
a video
much better
game.
at 30. Yeah. And it's like, you know, the title.
I think it gives it a
about the game,
documentary feel. That's what
documentary feel. Yeah,
it gives it a documentary feel.
And it's hard to make that cinematic. But there's Mia Khalifa in front of a T-Rex. And there's a gameplay at the end, like little snippets there, but it looks very visually.
It actually has good visuals.
Impressive. Yeah, it does. But there's very tiny. That doesn't tell me anything about the game. And I'm a bit sus about that. Another game, Light No Fire. This is the game that OT's breath taken away by the No Man's Sky developer, Sean Murray, who, when he first broke his debut, was on the Game Awards. It was Jeff Keighley enabling this former liar.
Oh,
and
I wanted to hug him, dude. I wanted to hug him because
vindicated, vindicated, becoming the hero. It goes to show, bro. Like, no matter what mistakes you make, you can still redeem yourself. And Sean Murray's done that. And then he's released a trailer where he's so it's quite funny on Twitter. Someone said, "Oh, Sean Murray, just don't overhype the game. Show the game." And then in the game, it's like this was like we're delivering the whole Earth. And then he's like, "Fuck!" And then CD Projekt Red below that replied, "Don't worry, you can fix it later." So
no, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They did. They did. CD Projekt Red came back and just said, "Yo, you can fix it later. It's fine." They're weighing in on the joke. "Thank you for your money, you bastard."
And then Christopher Judge makes that joke, and then they're all mad, and everyone else is in on it.
Exactly. And then these developers are saying, "Well, we'll fix it later. You pay for it day one." But this game looks incredible, bro. It's actually got multiplayer in a way that he cannot deny now. This game is.
I believe him this time. I mean, look what he's done with No Man's Sky. I think they know how to do this. They're just changing the genre, and the location. Like, I mean, I'm on board for this.
It does look a lot like No Man's Sky as well. What about this game makes you so hyped? What takes your breath away with this game?
Just the building and the survival stuff. Yeah, can be really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Me, I don't like building stuff, but I don't mind it there for other people to do. But for me, what really I want from this generation, the whole reason we wanted PS5 Series X, this CPUs they have is to push. And this game is pushing, and at the same time, sometimes like No Man's Sky to me may have all those planets, but I don't think it needed them. Like, even give me 5 good detailed planets, I'll be happy. You know. Absolutely. And one of the things he was saying was like the mountains in No Man's Sky are not real mountains. Like, here they are going to be real. So I feel what this guy is doing is saying all this that we've had for this last 10 years, let's condense it and have a super detailed art. And to me, that's exciting because some games you'll walk in a direction and there's nothing. So I'm hoping this guy has figured out how to do procedural with intention. That's what I'm hoping.
That's the tricky part. Procedural with intention. That's a very good way of putting it. I think that's what gamers want, because procedural generation is generally seen with some skepticism because it dilutes the experience. But procedure generation with intention is a great way to put it, to give you the feeling of a curated world whilst still being procedurally generated in the right areas.
Yeah.
What do you think about this, Asa? Like, what do you think this game will do? Immediately, it looks off the bat like the LOD. I mean, they'll put the best foot forward, but I like the lack of pop-in. They're still there to make me convinced this is a real game. But I still don't know, what is the game about itself, generally? What is the theme?
I don't know. It's weird because they've gone the opposite direction to Bethesda, because Bethesda made like singular, like a high fantasy or Fallout. They made these planets, and then they decided to expand beyond it and make Starfield. And No Man's Sky or Hello Games have gone the opposite way. They've had expansive, and now they've gone, let's shrink it back down and just do one planet. I think Colt's right in that it's a quite believable aspiration. They've had time on No Man's Sky. They know how to do these things. The systems that are in play in that game look like they've been derived from No Man's Sky. So I think it is a believable project, but I didn't see anything in there that tells me this is definitely a good game. Like, this is something I should be interested in, because there's a lot of high fantasy games with lands to explore that may not be as big as that, but I mean, I don't know at the moment. So you've got Earth and it's multiplayer. How multiplayer is it? Are you talking about like this is one Earth and everybody's connecting to the same one and exploring it in different parts? Because Earth is a big place, you can do that. Or is this just No Man's Sky on a singular planet? I can't really tell. I don't know what it's going to be. There's potential for it. I like Hello Games. There's a good chance for me that they'll support VR on that game at some point. Just can't tell if there's anything exciting to do within it or not at the moment from that trailer. They show like 0.2 seconds of combat, and they show a house being built, and you can fly around and swim. That's all I really know right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what you do in this game. You're right. I feel that way as well. We'll see, though. We'll see for sure, Murray. When is this game coming? I have no idea. I don't know if they gave a date, but I guess that was the reveal. We'll wait and see. We had Final Fantasy 16 got 2 new DLCs, Echoes of the Fallen and The Rising Tide. Again, an indication of studios typically looking to extend the gaming experience beyond what they normally wouldn't do. Like, that's quick fire DLCs quickly announced for an JRPG like that. Quite interesting. I don't know much more we can add on it, but that's one part of it. Rise of the Ronin. This is PlayStation's probably best game. Well, arguably, in my opinion, this game. The PlayStation best game of the show, best game of 2024 for me, unless what's coming out next year for PlayStation. Rebirth, that's the one actually. But Rise of the Ronin gets me more excited than Rebirth, personally, because whilst it didn't look visually that impressive, I wasn't really looking for it to blow me away visually. So I loved Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, and that looked way worse than this visually. Microsoft managed to get a deal to get Wo Long on Game Pass, but it was still available on PlayStation. Whereas these guys, Sony, being the shrewd marketeers that they are, convinced Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo to get this game exclusive, timed or whatever it is. I don't even know anymore. But I just love the vibes of this game. And I feel like this has the potential to be a very high scoring game, like, or even potentially a 90 meta based on the gameplay of it. It just looks really cool. What do you think about this, OT? Like this... Are you a fan of this kind of game? I mean, Ghost of Tsushima vibes are there, man. This should be calling for you.
But I hope I'm not misrepresenting. This is based on Chinese, or is it still Japanese?
Isn't Ronin a Japanese kind of thing? They've got.
Oh, so it's still. I didn't know. But otherwise, you guys know my love for Ghost of Tsushima, man. That's my game of all gens. But this, to me, like you, I'm not Team Ninja. I'm not expecting crazy visuals. But my only worry with this game is that it may be held back by technical performance. Their engine, I wonder if it can transition to open world and be, it doesn't have to have the best graphics, but let it be consistent frame rate. And this, with its high-paced action, needs 60 frames per second. I'm sorry. This is, I'm not. Yeah,
some games definitely do, and this is one of those.
Yeah, this one needs that precision gameplay. So if it can do that, I think it has the potential for Game of the Year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you that this is a potential Game of the Year candidate based on like just the gameplay looks like it has some real potential for some real depth there. So I feel like everyone's like, oh, it looks mid. I'm like, oh, why? It doesn't. The Sousa says it looks like a new Onimusha, which alone just sounds incredible. What are you, Colt? Is this a game? You wouldn't like this game. You're not a fan of Wolong.
No, I tried to play Wolong. I got beat down so bad. And you were like loving it. So I really tried my best. Yeah. So yeah, I know it looks good. It's PlayStation's publishing it, so it's a first party game. And Wolong looked really good in the showings too, but visually it's kind of chunky when you play it. I don't know if you get the same thing here from this.
You consider PlayStation publishing it as a first party game?
I think so, yeah.
I guess Ori was published by my Xbox. I would assume.
I don't remember if Rise of the Ronin is a PlayStation IP, but it's either their IP or they're publishing it. So it's a first party game, according to the industry. And Martin says second party. Second party is just a colloquial term. It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as a second person view or second person speaking or second party. Yeah. It's either first party or it's not. Like Ori,
first party, second
Forza
party,
Horizon was first party, even though Playground made it. That's just how the industry looks at things.
Well, sounds like
that's how it is. I'll tell you this.
Colt has made the rules.
I could tell you. I wish I could tell you who told me those are the rules, but I'm not going to.
Phil
just
Spencer.
somebody high up who knows better said this is what we consider first party. This is how the industry looks at it.
Phil Spencer.
So yeah, there's no such thing as second party. It's just a colloquial term that we use as fans, or even the media uses it. Yeah, Helldivers is also first party. I'm pretty sure that's a first party IP, just like Death Stranding is a first party IP, and it's published by PlayStation Studios, made by Kojima. That's how
ultimately it's a PlayStation exclusive, so that's the you're playing on PlayStation, so that in the console space.
And that's why we're going to get into that later. That when you're first party, you're not going to be on the competing platform, unless you're As Dust Falls or Minecraft or MLB.
That's true. That all the lines are getting blurred here.
Is that Blade?
Yeah.
We'll talk about Blade next. But before we do, Rise of the Ronin. Asa, is this a game that you'll play? You didn't play Warlong, did you?
I would have played it if it wasn't coming out. Yeah, no worries. I would have played it if it wasn't coming out March 22nd. When you talk about it being a Game of the Year contender, it can be a really good game, but I think it'll be forgotten about pretty quickly. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It can be a really good game, but with Rebirth coming out and Dragon's Dogma 2 coming out, like very close within that time frame, I think it's going to get overshadowed, particularly by Dragon's Dogma 2, which I think looks absolutely freaking phenomenal. And if you're talking about Game of the Year contenders, I expect that one to last the test of the year more so than Rise of the Ronin.
Oh, yeah. It might actually, you're right, that might actually be completely eclipsed by Dragon's Dogma. Even I'm getting sourced on that. We'll see. There's so much there. 2024 is insane. That's 2024, March of 2024. So that's crazy. We'll see. Skull and Bones is in February, guys, and that's the end of that one.
I got the email for another beta. I'm like, and delete.
Yeah, I know a few people did the same as well. So this one, Microsoft comes out of nowhere. We knew the leaks. Some people reached out and said, by the way, this is happening, and it happened, it was incredible. In fact, the one IP, I should say, that even the PlayStation guys, generally, they were like, oh shit, you know what? That's actually good. Fuck. And it takes a lot, but Blade did that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Blade is back. Marvel. How many times did we say that Microsoft, or what was I saying? Microsoft should lean into the comic book game heavily. Like they should get their own version of it. And bruv, they got Blade. Fuck Spiderman. It's all about Blade. Whether or not it's going to be a better game, that's going to be a slightly different conversation. Arcane Leon are working on this. the guys behind Dishonored and Deathloop, games that typically haven't engaged me. I liked Dishonored, like the bit I played, but I lost complete interest in it. This is a different type of IP, so presumably a different type of game. A third-person action game is going to be. They show the CGI trailer.
He even said sim in there, third-person action sim. So I don't know if there's like survival aspects in it, or I don't know.
Sim? Did I say sim?
Yeah, he used the word sim. So you probably have to manage some sort of thing or inventory, or
weird.
I don't know.
Why call it
sim in this context will probably mean that Paris is quite alive, I would think. Being Arcane, I would think that it just means that a lot is going on in terms of Paris around you while you're doing Blade things. But
why is it in Paris?
Just hold on. This they said was a sim. Blade.
He used the word sim in all the descriptors when he was talking about the game. Yeah. In an article.
There was massive criticism and controversy and like all that around Deathloop because they were renowned for delivering sims in terms of simulating of NPCs and their routines through their day and all the rest of it. And there were lots of debates over whether Deathloop really was a sim or not in terms of repeating these days and what NPCs are doing and all the rest of it. So them calling this one a sim, I think, is saying that, and Redfall as well. Same conversations happened all around Redfall because people were like, well, this isn't a sim. You're known for sims, and this game, all the NPCs are just standing there waiting for you to shoot them. So you've let us all down. I think when they say that for this, they're referencing those games and saying, actually, Paris is going to be busy and shit's going to be going on.
That's crazy. That's cool. That's kind of cool. That's cool. But I do want more linear focus with this, like the same thing that I want with Wolverine. Actually, I want like this more just focus on the best parts of Blade. He's
like a Last of Us 2 approach to level design.
I said, well, level design, it's not as deep as that, but yeah, sure. Why not? That's very good. Like Last of Us is even more than linear. Last of Us is way more than linear. There's
wide linear.
Yeah, it's wide linear. That's the wording they use. Even Uncharted 4 was like that kind of wide linear. I even focus it down to linear. Like some games lend themselves to that action-heavy kind of stuff, like Wolverine. And I'm not a massive fan of propagating linear games, but some games do suit that. And Blade, when I think of Blade, I think of Blade 2. I think of the club scene. Straight away, the club scene is the first thing that comes to my mind. And like the woman's like back open up, and it was crazy. But the music was sick. The whole vibes were wicked. Bit weird that it's in France. Like, why?
Because that's where these guys are from.
When you think of Blade though, as a character, and you think of the movie, like you've read a few comic books, but you know Blade outside of the Wesley Snipes movies from like the 80s or 90s or whenever they were?
Nope.
98.
What about you? Are you familiar with Blade as a character?
No, I don't know
is this
comics.
a big character? Okay.
When Gaz and I were younger, we were dating girls instead of reading comic books like soccer. Sorry, we just wanted to. We just always got to get good.
Quake. Poor Zorka, the toddler. Where are you, bro? I don't know anything about the lore about it, but I just love the Wesley Snipes movies.
Tell us.
Do you know?
I've got no freaking idea. I know from the movies and nothing else.
You have no idea.
I know the character from the movies, and Marvel's Midnight Suns has Blade in it, but he's a terrible character in that. Right? I don't know anything about what Blade as a character speaks to in terms of the vibe of the game because I only know it from those 2 movies or 3 movies, but 2 actual movies.
Yeah, the same. The third one was the second one was amazing though. And yeah, it feels like
there's
the
a Netflix
right
series coming though,
there.
right? So maybe we'll learn in time. There's a Netflix series coming next year or maybe.
Isn't that a load of shite? There's massive issues there with the staff and apparently didn't even have enough action sequences.
That means like us, we only know Blade in a very limited context. So the character Blade is going to be established by that Netflix series, and the value of the IP is going to go up or down depending on how good or bad that is.
Absolutely, man. That's a massive importance, actually. So if that's shit, yeah, and then it'll feed into the perception of Oti's gone. They'll feed into the perception of what's it called of the game as well, like, and the character, because a limited kind of exposure, but it's still legendary. Fucking Wesley Snipes is almost like synonymous with Blade, and Blade is such a cool thing that people have been asking for a while, and it's so cool. And a lot of PlayStation guys even admit it. They're like, right, you know what, fuck, this is great. So like, it's going to be interesting to see now. When the problem is, it doesn't say which platform it is. It doesn't say Xbox, and so that a lot of people have been saying, "It's a multi-plat. Xbox is going third party. What's going on?" What do you say to that? Because I'm hearing something else actually that's very different. What do you think about that, Cole?
Well, I'm going to let you cover that in a second, because you and I had this conversation. So there's a couple of different things going on with the ambiguity of Blade. One of them slightly, I think, is the FTC nonsense they're going through right now. Also, you saying that the game is the game is probably 5 years away, barring delays or whatever. This game was coming out in 5 years, which puts it at 2027 to 2028. Yeah. So it's like, why even say anything? But here's something that no one's going to talk about that I'll go ahead and say. And I think it has to do with some possible friction between Bethesda, ZeniMax, and Xbox under the new acquisition and ownership, where Bethesda may be digging in their heels and saying, look, this is our game. I know you own us, but this is our moment, and we want the game to shine, not the console war or the platform. And so they're like, we just want to show the thing and have the message be, here's our game. It's Marvel's Blade. It's being made by Arcane Lyon in France, who made Deathloop and made Prey, and like, this is their big moment, and we don't need to share it with Xbox and run by their rules.
By the way, Asa.
So I don't know. I don't know how much of that is strong enough to carry into not having the logo on there. But I think it partially plays into the ambiguity of them not releasing the trailer on the Xbox channel and only releasing it on Marvel and Bethesda's channel and having no logos. So that is kind of where we're at
today.
Did you?
Oh, so they waited like 24 hours?
Channel. No, it was on there straight away. I don't know where that rumor came from. Yeah.
No, it wasn't on there, Asa. It wasn't on there.
It was on there the next morning.
Several hours. Okay. So, Gaz, what do you think is going on?
Well,
sorry, forgive me, guys. My phone had died. But what did I didn't get everything.
So I think Colt was trying to say that there's a little bit of an issue on the independence of Arcane and ZeniMax Studios, and then there's a little bit of friction on what they constitute an Xbox game and a Bethesda game, and then that was it. I'm hearing from he's a developer, and I know he's a developer and working on multiple games, and he's actually suggesting something. This is going to turn me into the fucking special Nick, but he's suggesting that the only reason why, and he's a developer, he's saying the reason why, and he's a PlayStation guy, by the way. He goes, the reason why they're not saying that is potentially what's going on without saying what the next Xbox is. He's saying that, okay, again, massive pinch of salt here, but this guy is not a liar. And he's saying, they're hearing there's an inkling that Microsoft's intending to pull a 360 next generation, and they're trying to get in a little bit early on their latest console. So what they're saying is the PS5 Pro dropping in 2024, PlayStation 6 isn't happening until 2028. It's just not happening. So 2026 to 2027 is when Microsoft may actually release its next console. So Blade has just entered production. So it's 3 to 4 years out. So that puts it in the window of 2026 or 2027. If they aren't able to say which platforms they're going, is the gut feeling is that it's the next box. Now it's very out there. That's suggesting Xbox is going to undercut Play, which it needs to. Tactically, it makes sense. Microsoft trying to regain some eyes on it as PlayStation completely eclipses it. This would be a good strategy.
I don't see it as an undercut of PlayStation, Gaz. If Xbox wanted to put out the console, and I did a video about this about a month ago. If Xbox wanted to put out a console early, they're doing it on their own terms. Like we have the Series X, we feel it's powerful enough to run 3 to 4 or 5 years. And then we want to make, because Phil's already said, I think we should be okay with having a console out almost as often as you buy a phone. Like I know new phones come out every 2 years, but most people get a new phone. Probably, if you were to poll it, probably every 4 to 5 years, people get a brand spanking new phone. And for a $500 console, if Xbox was to put out a brand new console every 5 years, that was just a little bit more powerful, I think a lot of people would be happy to say, hey, I'll just hold on to this one. Or, hey, I'd love to upgrade. So I think they're not trying to undercut. If they were doing 2027, guys, they're just trying to get the tech timed in for the players and not for generations and for competition.
I think that there's some truth to that. Actually, you're right. This whole idea of generations is really phasing in now, especially with cloud streaming and stuff. So we're already seeing that phased out. But them doing that and folks, they'll have to, as a marketing beat, rebrand it as that. This guy isn't. I'm surprised when he said it because, like I say, I always make fun of him for being a pony, but he's a game developer. Former, maybe he doesn't want me to say where he worked at formerly, which will be quite surprising. But yeah, it's like that could be it. Like that could be it. Or maybe it's just too soon.
Guys, I don't know. Out of all the theories, I'll give credit. That sounds more believable to me. There must be a business. There's definitely a reason it wasn't a oops, they forgot. But at the same time, I'm not saying it's coming to PlayStation. I'm not saying that it's coming to PlayStation, but I'm saying when you don't put it, and right now Microsoft knows Sony is doing so well with Spiderman, and they want their own version of that. Of course, they'll want to brand it, but one of the options could be, and when PlayStation guys say this, immediately the Xbox guys say, oh, you want the game on. No. It's not that we're saying, we're just observing. If these guys are put in a similar deal to MLB, because let's be honest, whoever is leasing the license is looking at PlayStation and saying, these guys have bought up to 20 to 30 million copies of Spider-Man. Yeah. Is that a market I want to ignore? So Microsoft might be in a situation where, if you look at Microsoft's strategy right now, they've shown they are willing to put games on PlayStation. Yeah. So they might get this license and say, okay, if you're saying we have to put it on PlayStation, we'll go ahead. But when we say that on Twitter, a lot of Xbox guys come and say, oh, no, you're just trying to get it. I don't want a game I've not yet seen. It's difficult for me to say if this is going to be a very good game or not. If it is, then I will want it. But all we are saying is that right now, I believe Microsoft is in a very interesting position, the kind of dialogue they must be having internally. Like I'm saying, by the fact that they have said 2027 is a very serious point in time, it means that there are serious decisions they are making. And some of those decisions maybe might not be what fanboys will like to hear, Yeah. So maybe they could be open to anything.
The game, I do agree with you. Like this whole idea of exclusivity is in a state of flux generally across the board. I think we could be holding on. I'm holding on to this, and I love the idea of exclusivity in the plastic box and all of that. But we will see some fundamental shifts. We already saw a game as Dust Falls coming to PlayStation. So there's all that's happening. Again, it's speculation.
Wait, is that made by Microsoft?
It's published by Microsoft, and it's. I think the IP. I don't even think the IP belongs to Microsoft.
No,
it was global publishing.
That was their global publishing thing that works with the theoretical second party. Blade, in terms of its exclusivity and whether they announce it or not, I don't think Microsoft having a new console has a big impact on that. Microsoft know their own game, and you could say this is an Xbox game. With full knowledge that you've got a console coming. So I don't think that's a big deal. But you're absolutely right that the industry is in flux. So if you're Microsoft and you're announcing things right now, PlayStation are about to enter a new era. Jim Ryan's going. They're going to get somebody new in charge. Microsoft don't know what their relationship with Sony is going to be in a year's time. Nintendo are entering a new era. They've got a console coming out. We don't Microsoft may have an idea of what their relationship with Nintendo is going to be, but there's change happening. So there's not any massive benefit of making a claim that this is exclusive when actually it might not be what suits them in 3 years' time when it comes out.
That's true.
I get adverts almost every day. I live in a sleepy little village, and I get adverts almost every day for fiber to the premises broadband. I can't have it. It's not available to me. But if you're advertising a product, your first foot forwards is not a middle finger to people that can't have it. So in Xbox's case, like if they say Blade, his Blade is a fantastic trailer, be excited, fuck you, you can't have it. That's not compelling marketing, right? So really, the longer they can keep people interested, and then if at the last minute they want to say like 2-3 years down the line, we've got you hooked on this game, you really want it, by the way, you need to get an Xbox, that's going to go down better than telling them 3 years in advance, like, fuck you. So exclusivity isn't like a positive foot forwards for most people. It's a positive foot forwards for Gaz and the people that are invested in the Xbox system and all of that stuff. But actually, that's the minority. Most people are on PlayStation. So if you want this game to be successful, you don't stick your fingers up when you put your first trainer out.
Yeah. Just leave the ambiguity there. Let that marketing do its thing, and right at the end say, by the way, it's coming to thingy.
Yeah, do you think they're doing that, Gaz? Do you think they're trying to get... I don't know. They're trying to get momentum of people going, man, what is it? Where is it? What is it going to be?
I have no idea. I have no idea what they're doing.
I just wonder if that does more harm than good, having all these articles out and having Microsoft say, we refuse to, we're not commenting on this. We even heard a rumor that Microsoft said, go ask Bethesda, which kind of lends to is there really this friction going on between we want to be independent, but we love having the bag? I don't know.
I don't know. No. Hey, Oti, what you going to ask?
I was going to say that the only criticism maybe I'll have of that point of let's assume they're making this thing and it's going to be on the Xbox next. I just cannot see a Blade game launching, even if it launches on the next console, but not being on Series X and S. I think that would just... So this trailer could have had Xbox Series S and X, and then eventually they say, oh, we're also porting it onto our next gen. It is very weird to remove it because there's another potential console. What they would have just done is just put those two. So I am leaning that agreement they have might be beyond
might have
Xbox.
Multiplats, might be.
And I think that we may see not just Xbox do this. I think we may see PlayStation also be put into a similar situation because these guys want money. And sometimes I think we get lost in the fanboyism, but we are forgetting these guys, their goal is money. Yeah. And that is what I think is going to be the primary motive of whatever they do.
I think you're right as well. They're not always in the driving seat in these deals, and the necessity of Marvel, whoever owns the IP, says, make this multi-platform because that's how we're assessing it. The companies will ultimately say, okay, we're not going to turn down free money as well, and have a wider reach. And the industry is changing that way, and we don't know yet. So it's a weird one. It'll be a fanboy talking point for a while, but as it's on its own, it's quite exciting to see a comic book like that iconic Blade just coming back is cool, and so that's just really nice to see that happening. Now, Arcane Leon, what they're going to do with that game, I don't know. I'm not been a massive fan of their old games. I recognize the quality, but although Deathloop, I think, was overrated as hell. Karma God with the $5 super chat. Blade coming to PlayStation is an L. If Sony thought of all gamers, Spiderman would be releasing on Xbox and PC. Xbox communication is lacking. Karma, that's true to a certain degree, but Spiderman is coming to PC. And Spider-Man 2 will come to PC a little bit later. So they do care about that. And Xbox is, unfortunately, it's just third place. It's a small chunk of the overall pie, whereas they still get to tap into the PlayStation PC market. So let's see what happens. The next one, my favorite. A dream announcement. Sega is back. What the fuck? I have been crying about this. Why they don't bring it back? Made a video on this channel about what IPs they should bring back. And then they don't just bring one back. They bring loads back. Sega announced out of nowhere, Jet Set Radio is back. And it looked really good in the brief outfit that they showed. And then they showed Golden Axe, which was one of my first games of life. It was like Golden Axe.
And it's third person, like instead of side scroll.
3D.
Yeah.
And so is Streets of Rage. Now it's gone 3D as well. And Crazy Taxi's back. What the flip? And some other games as well. It's like, yo, what is going on? Like, Keedy had won the moment he showed that off. I was just like, what? Nix, did you say fuck Jet Set Radio? And you hyped up Crazy Taxi? Oh, you piece of ass. Bro, I'm so hyped about it. And Sega have said that they're going to go back to being the wild card that they've been, obviously, because nothing else has worked for them, or has kind of like in little bits here and there, Persona and all of that. But Jet Set Radio, man. We got Bomb Funk Cyber something. Forgot the name now.
What? Say again?
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk.
Bomb Funk Cyber Rush. Whatever the frick it's called.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
We've got that coming. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
That's out. That's been out for a while.
Out now, Brown. It's been out for. I haven't even played it, but the fact that it's not being screamed about, like, it's like, why is no one talking about it that much? Although, to be honest, Jet Set Radio Future was a very cult. I need to try that. I want to try Rollerdrome as well, which I haven't downloaded. But yeah, it's not that good. But this trailer, like, they're playing with it. So, by the way, I think Xbox has some marketing deals with these. Sega and Xbox are always touching tips, and in this trailer, they're holding what look like Xbox controllers as well to me. Sega and Xbox have a lot of. Well, there's a lot of synergy there. So,
Sarah Bond driving by headquarters going, oh.
Yeah, this could potentially be like a Game Pass thing. The question I have, though, is some concern is that are all these games going to hit? Not all of them. Are they going to hit, though? And are they doing, when they show all four of them at the same time, bottom is like how dedicated are the teams that are working on these games? Are we going to get the fully fleshed, realized, ultimate Jet Set Radio Future kind of game that I liked, or something else? But it looks beautiful, man. I don't want to hate on it from right off the bat.
Did Shinobi make? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Shinobi's in here.
I never played Shinobi, so a lot of people were really excited about Shinobi. But it looks really nice. Golden Axe was amazing.
Golden Axe was better than I remember from the other night.
Yeah, it just looks so good. Crazy Taxi is hilarious. Crazy Taxi will be a fun game, but when I played the Dreamcast, it was.
That's the only time I ever played Dreamcast was in a Best Buy for like 3 minutes. I played Crazy Taxi standing at Best Buy. I've never owned one.
Dreamcast was a beautiful console, man. I loved it.
Yeah, it was.
It's such a nice thing. Are you excited about this? Did you play these games?
I've played, I think, Crazy Taxi, Jet Set Radio, maybe very little. I didn't. Yeah. Back then, during that Dreamcast stage, man, I was at the mercy of my parents buying games. So they were not joking around with too many games. But I think my only concern is I liked what Crazy Taxi looked like, but it's the quality of the game. Like nothing sure that these guys have now. It's not like they've just magically transformed, you know. So until I
orgasm face. Oh, he's back. Sorry, your camera froze there. You look like you're having sex, but then you came back.
Yeah, it's just I hope that when they release, these games are really good. The trailers were nice, but it's like Sega's let me down quite a number of times, man. So I'd rather a Sega Rally.
Sega Rally.
That would
but they
be
said
exciting.
and more, so there's more coming. So Sega Rally could actually make him back. They're gonna.
Yeah, I'd like them to Daytona, Sega Rally. Let them bring them back, but to such a high degree that I'm compelled to play. Not just the name. Everything I've seen of Sonic, I don't want to play.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's my main concern. Like, don't just rely on the nostalgia and the name of it, and do surface level like shit out a Jet Set Radio game. It has to be an excellent game. I agree with you there. And there's
do you
that
guys
little
remember
nagging
Virtua
thing.
Fighter?
Oh, Virtua Fighter, man,
was the most advanced best looking game at the time it launched. There's a period where Japan were leading. I don't know, so Sega just I think they fell off. I don't know. I hope they can catch up, man. It would be nice for them. Like, I'd like to see a Virtua Fighter be on par with the top fighting games visually and just outstanding. There were so many concepts in Virtua Fighter I thought were.
It's funny
really nice
that you mentioned Virtua Fighter. Do you know what they said on Virtua Fighter, by the way, after the interview with Gene Parker, no less? Sega's CEO Shuji Utsumi said on Virtua Fighter, "We are evaluating right now. Virtua Fighter doesn't use so many tricks, special moves like in Street Fighter. It's very realistic. How can we make it more dramatic? It's something we're working on." So they really are thinking about the spirit of Virtua Fighter there and looking to make it more realistic. I love that. I love that, man. It like, what was that? Bushido Blade? What was that game like on PlayStation where you could just kill an enemy one hit and like dismember their arms or anything? Was it Bushido Blade? And I've always thought fighters need to do that. Get rid of the health bar and make it just like very impactful. 1-2 hits, you could like kill someone, knock someone out.
That's like one of the mods of Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, oh, is it? I need to try that actually.
1 or 2 hits can kill you.
That's what, you know, when I saw Ghost of Tsushima, the first trailer they ever released, I was so hyped. Even though being the bot I was like, please make it like Bushido Blade. Like, because in the trailer, if you remember, like after the red leaves, then he's in like this tall grass and these 2 AIs come after him and he does 2 hits, dismembers one and kills the other. And I was like, this is Bushido Blade, but in open world form for the next gen, and it wasn't. But still, the combat actually did get me really well. I really liked Ghost.
But there is a mode like that where one or 2
you're saying there's
hits.
a mode like that. That's so wicked. I need to get back on that. That's one game I really need to get back on. But yeah, that's like, you know, was it Bushido Blade, Leo? Yeah, there's a, you know, let's see what they do. What the fighting game arena needs to do stuff like that. Be more realistic. There was one game that I really liked that I haven't seen that much of. It was the original Xbox. It was a fighter where you beat the shit out of people and then would bruise. Is it Tao Feng? Yeah, that's it. Where you beat, it was Tao Feng, where you beat the shit out of them, the bruises and stuff. It was a shit game though. But they had the intention to do that. That's kind of good focus, but it's very hard to do. Give that video, but that was one. The SEGA fucking killed it, man. Asa, you hyped about this? Come on, surely you must be.
Of course I am. Yeah, this was for me. Like, the energy is brilliant. It's Sega re-announcing themselves as the Sega that we remember. So full of optimism. And I know they said Jet Set Radio has, like, creators of the originals are working on it, so that's encouraging. It means it's not just a milk the IP kind of endeavor. Like, hopefully they really have, and they're saying the right things, right? They're talking about how they've got this rebellious energy that they used to have, and they know they've been missing it, and they've been relying on certain big IPs to carry them and keep them afloat, but now they're ready to hit the industry in a way that that Sega can do, hopefully. At the same time, like Oti says, Sega have let us down so many times since pulling out of the hardware market. Like, all of these IPs that we love, they've tried, and most of them have fallen by the wayside. So there's this real risk that they'll bring all of these games back and they're just going to stuff them all with microtransactions and nonsense like that and completely miss the vibe of what was there. But I prefer to look at it as an optimist and say, yes, Sega's back. There are so many, like, these 5 games, fine, they're not my choice necessarily of Sega's best IP, but they're saying there's going to be more. If they nail these and then they start saying like Shining and Fantasy with the PH and, you know, a bit of Panzer Dragoon kind of coming back, and they bring back the ones that I love, then I couldn't be more excited for some of these. So hopefully Sega are going to do good things.
Hopefully they do, and that will lead into that. Oh yeah, by the way, I am mindful of the time because you're 4 a.m. there. So if you do want to duck up, please do let me know, because we've got a lot.
Let me hang on a bit late. You know, I'm on the top floor, so over here the sun makes it so hot at night.
Oh my god,
it's crazy. Yeah.
So
but it's okay. I've opened the windows. I'll let you know when I'm going.
Okay, cool. Hellblade 2. What I have all of a cult meeting you. I think feel like it's like, show us combat, show us gameplay, show us combat. Finally, show us combat. And they got my dick wet, and they showed us the game, and they showed us the combat, and it just visually looks incredible. The combat looks great, but I also said this. I'm just trying to find them. It was only a few weeks ago. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually very similar to the old game and it enhanced the elements of it more, including the combat. This game seems to be very closely modeled to the first game. Actually, puzzles and the combat is 1-to-1, but it seems to work because Colt, let me just stop talking about it. What did you think? Were you impressed with this? Because I fucking loved it. The ponies came out and go, is that it? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? What do you want more? I mean, I don't understand. What's bad about it?
You're not looking at a video game when you see Hellblade 2. You're looking at, this is the next elevation of where gaming is going, where when you first see these scenes, you're like, oh yeah, I mean, it's Senua, it's a video game. But if you showed some of you didn't know this franchise, they would think they were watching a movie. Like, this looks like film footage.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it looks real. Like, there's a shot that comes up here in a second where after the red sunset, where there's an orange sunset, and it just looks like somebody went out and did some fan photo shoot. So yeah, the combat has some extra things that they've done to it. They haven't properly portrayed that even in this trailer, but like, there's that
so beautiful.
They push her off. There's different pairing. There's that shot of the sunset. Yeah, I mean, it looks really good. I'm not a big fan of this series, but when I was watching this trailer, I'm like, all right, they're expanding what they did, because they were a AA studio when they made the first game. So I'm really excited about this, and I'm hoping they're offering a lot more than just parry, hit, and line up, holographic Norse icons. So yeah, I'm excited. It looks really, really, really good.
I think on the combat side, like, if you keep it simplistic but enough to have a variety of animations, a lot of dynamism in some of the bits there look incredible. The hard hitting, the axe stuck in the person's head, that kind of like mechanical feel, which I loved in, if you remember, Condemned, the first person Sega game as well. Finally, which should come back. Please come back. It feels right. This is not going to be for everyone. Everyone keeps weighing this up with God of War for some reason. And I've been saying it time and time again. This is not going to be for everyone. It's not even a mainstream kind of game. Like, Asa, you summed it up quite well. Like, it's supposed to show the drudgeries of mental illness and struggle, and whatever the story beats are going to be for here. It seems like a continuation of that, kind of like trying to overcome those struggles of mental illness, whatever the theme is here. So you're going to see a lot of like the similar vibes, but quality visually pulled up to the max, auditory massively, and just like in terms of narrative very deep, but it might not be for everyone. Oti, are you a fan of Hellblade? Did you like the first one? Did you play it? And are you hyped for this one?
I played it. I'm not a fan. But it's not. I'm not a fan, and I think it's bad. I think I'm not a fan, but I think it is for some other gamers. That's what I think. In terms of visuals, I'll say I watched it on a 4K screen. It's better looking than last. The problem I've had with Hellblade 2 shown so far, too much focus on faces, and it was too soft. Yeah. The post-processing they're doing was too soft. But now when I'm looking at it, it looks much clearer. The combat is, I think, what I expected of Hellblade 2, so I don't really have any complaints. But I'll say, for me, the thing that could take this, and it's not a criticism, the thing that could take Hellblade 2 to a high level for me, I'm speaking just for myself, is that level design. And if you guys notice, there's a pattern with some of the games I'm criticizing. I feel like Hellblade would do well with the same formula I advocated for God of War. Shadow of Colossus kind of setup. I want to enjoy the travel between action. I don't like.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll get that here though.
Yeah, but for me it's therapeutic. So like for instance, I'm Senua. I've just fought something, and let's say I'm in thought, and then I'm going across to the other side. It doesn't have to be Red Dead open world. Shadow of Colossus did it in a way that you fight a boss, and then as you're journeying to another boss, you're also in thought. So it's like I like that openness, and you could sort of go this way or that way within this small hub-like thing. So I feel like if Hellblade does that, it'll have.
I don't think it will.
No, but
it's very constrained design. Expect that. It would be good to have, but it depends on what you're going for. But expect very constrained design here.
But all I'll say is this: I've been following their progress. It's like I'm saying, the trailer made it hard to understand that aspect of the game. But if you follow their progress and what they're doing with UE5, because I've been using UE5 for like 3 years now, and if you see what Unreal is trying to do, they're trying to make it easier for a smaller team to do a big thing. So right now with the procedural landscaping that UE5 is doing, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that these guys have created a small open world, not big like I'm saying, but yeah, because procedurally it can be done. And if they do that, I really think you might find that I'm actually going to play it just because of that traversal system. I love traversal in games.
Okay. Well,
and I hope it has a horse. I really hope it has a horse. For me to be going from, I know guys are tired of horses. Well, me, I'm not tired of horses. Go from one side to the other side. Yeah, if it's good, it's good. I'm not going to hate on the game. What they've shown looked impressive to me. If that was on PlayStation, I would also be like, wow. I just wasn't a fan of Hellblade, the first one, the whole thing. That's my only thing.
A lot of people were. To be fair, the gameplay is an acquired taste. But Asa, did you expect it to play it so close to home to the first one? The trailer of this.
I wasn't sure. We've been talking about this for years, where there was all this speculation about how it's going to be a big action game and go head to head with God of War and all the rest of it, and that's kind of faded out because God of War's come and gone. From that trailer, you're right. It looks very much in keeping with the first game. So for all they've been talking about the way they've been training and working on combat and all the rest of it, I'm sure they have, and I'm not calling them liars, but it is very much the same feel and vibe as the first one. Like the way the camera is so close and the combat is so focused on like a singular enemy and all the rest of it. They are still doing their own thing, and I think that's the correct thing for them to do. It's what they needed to do for this to be Hellblade 2. So I think it's going to land in a very similar place to the first one, where it's going to be a freaking awesome project, and some people aren't going to enjoy it, and some people are going to be like me, where they don't necessarily enjoy it and they love it at the same time. I liked that about Hellblade. Hellblade was a difficult play, and not in that not difficult like a Souls game. It was a difficult play in that it was intense. You felt that it was a slog to get through that game, and it wasn't fun. But games can be more than fun, and Hellblade was more than fun. So
that's
much as almost every moment of that game was a challenge, like on the soul, it was brilliant for it. And Hellblade 2 is hopefully going to be more of the same.
You know what I wondered though about this game is, let me say the conversation online is very interesting when you see it on Twitter, because sometimes we want a game to come out to do too much to set our console so that we can brag. I'm worried that Hellblade 2 may fall victim to, I'm not saying overhype, like it doesn't deserve to be praised, but if you
I think it already is victim to that, by the way.
Yeah, it's a bit too much.
Something it's not.
So this is an indie studio, but if you listen to the conversation online, they are comparing it, Naughty Dog level. Like I assure you, when we see what Naughty Dog is going to do with the PS5 for the next one, you will see the difference between that
The Last of Us
studio. And I'm not saying that it's going to make Hellblade look bad. No, it's just that when you so many people are trying to push it to redefine and obliterate everything else. By the time it comes out, this might be a 90% game, but you're already putting it in reviewers' minds. This thing needs to obliterate. So they're subconsciously picking that stuff. And even Forza, you might find, I really feel there's some guys, even Forza, who looked at Forza and expected something, and therefore their review might even be a little lower because the expectation was too high.
I agree
so
with you.
If overhype continues, Hellblade 2 is going to, like Starfield didn't do what the overhype was leading to. But I think it's being transitioned to Hellblade 2. But I hope this time it's more measured so that people realize, hey, you guys, this is a small team. Let's not expect
too much.
They're going to obliterate everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think Xbox guys care about how much Hellblade sells or whatever compared to the other competition. They want Hellblade to be a really good game, and it'll probably get like an 85. The other one got an 81, but it's an award-winning title. But the Xbox just has to allow them the extra time and push hard on. We were talking about this morning, guys, right? How Xbox needs to go into overdrive when it comes to QA/QC. They need to go above and beyond.
Yeah.
Double checking their work and their studio's work and saying,
I think this will be a refined game. I'm not expecting buggy ridden mess at all with this game. Just by the premise of it as well, probably lends itself to be easier, to be less thingy, and it's Unreal Engine, so there's a lot of like tools and knowledge base around it. I do agree with you, Oti, that the fans are weighing this up. I already had some Xbox fans like going after God of War versus Senua. I'm like, that's not you're doing a disservice to the game. You're setting it up for failure in your own narrative as well. It's not even designed for that. And thirdly, really, if you've jumped up, there's the overhype mentality, and I'm just like, it's doing a disservice to the game. The game itself, though, I'm very happy to see it play. I'm very happy actually to see that it's quite close to its original as well, because that means that they get to hone in on their skills and rectify the puzzle elements and the combat to a degree that we were literally talking about. Said the same thing. Expect the same. So we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. Why am I glitching? Before we go to the next game, Darren E, thank you for the $5 super chat. Do you think there will be other Microsoft licensed games? And if so, what do you think there will be? That's actually a good point, and I think definitely there will be, because seeing the positive reception of Blade will definitely reverberate around Xbox. Like, this has made there's value in it, just in the positive PR we're seeing already. And Microsoft I'm surprised already that the Marvel thing is happening. Like Xbox and Marvel, like we were like, Xbox fucked it off last gen. They were offered to them. They weren't even ready. They didn't even have studios, let's be real. But they weren't even ready to deal with it, and it did a disservice. But now they'll be looking into it very carefully. Blade is a cool one to do as well. Achievement with a $5 super chat. With Marvel wanting their name in front of all the new games, what happens when Marvel wants to make a Marvel gaming universe? No more exclusives? Perhaps with Marvel games, like I think Oti was saying that as well. Marvel might be mandating something like more global outreach and necessitate less exclusivity.
It's quite interesting because Insomniac already said that their Wolverine game is in the same like gaming universe, Marvel connected universe of their own between Spider-Man and Wolverine. So they are like, and it's not saying that you'll meet the same characters or anything, but they're supposedly set in the same universe. And whether this is like Insomniac's universe or Marvel's universe, it could be that Blade is set in the same universe as the game version of Spider-Man and Wolverine, despite being on different platforms, because Marvel do control their IP quite tightly. So I don't actually know what the deal is with that.
Yeah. I don't think they'll be shared in any way. Hey, I think they won't, and that would mean writers are talking to each other. I don't see Sony and Xbox getting that cozy. But I do think, like, remember this Star Wars was given to EA.
Yeah.
And they failed to meet the target. And at some point they said, we're not going to renew, we're going to take it elsewhere.
To Ubisoft, yeah.
It does make me wonder. When Sony were given, here, Spider-Man, were they given it with the condition we have expectations? So that's why I'm saying with these things, so Sony were very lucky. If Sony, let's say, sold 1 or 2 million copies of Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man, I think the next Spider-Man might not have been exclusive. So the fact that EA, these Star Wars guys took the license based on performance from EA, it means these licensed games, there's expectations. And I just wonder what that means for Sony also, Microsoft also.
Yeah.
But that's not how it works, because Marvel has given license to little mobile games and little tiny games that have not been successful. Like, that's not how the agreement for IPs work. I talked to Chris Grinnell, who worked with PlayStation several years ago, and he talked about they had the Formula One license. The Formula One people didn't care about where the game was going. They cared about that the IP was handled under their jurisdiction, under their the way that
are you saying that they don't have financial goals?
So when people say, because I was asking Gaz when you said about Marvel, who owns Marvel? Who's the company that owns Marvel right now? It's Disney. And Disney just told Bethesda's ZeniMax and Xbox, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and make Indiana Jones exclusive. Now, you can sit here and wonder what's more lucrative and more popular, the Indiana Jones franchise or the Blade franchise? And then maybe you can sit back and go, they're about the same. So there's no justification for Marvel's Blade to have to be exclusive or have to be multi-plat in order to appease the IP owner. So
it might be in their condition, though. You never know in contracts and what their considerations. Everyone's slightly different, but Indiana Jones is a good example, actually, because I would say Indiana Jones is actually bigger.
It's not about how many you sell. Like if Xbox and Microsoft and ZeniMax and whoever went and asked Marvel for the IP to use the IP for Blade, the Marvel has to say, okay, how much we talking? Okay, here's what we want to do. We're going to put it on game. We're going to put it on PC, Game Pass,
but performance will definitely factor into it. And
Xbox console, right? People aren't thinking about this logically. They think of it as what they think they know for platform exclusives. There have been these superhero franchises that have been exclusive. They've been multi-plat. They've been all over the board. And when people say Spider-Man's exclusive, so it's only fair that we get Blade, I'm like, fair has nothing to do with it. Arcade Leon wants to make this. They got the money to make the game. Marvel said, okay, it's going to be exclusive to Xbox.
No, Colt. What I'll say is this. I agree with you that maybe these studios say, hey, I'd like to do this. But let's assume Sony were given Spider-Man. And then, fictitiously, it sold 500 million copies. I promise you, in the deal they had with Marvel was making sure they also look out for themselves, meaning that if you happen to sell 500 million copies, I'm getting a slice. I'm not taking a one-off offer and you go on into the sunset with 500 million copies. They must also be thinking of themselves. So what I'm saying is that when they're signing the deal, not every deal is going to be the same. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is every deal every company is thinking for themselves. So if you are taking an IP and they are seeing, damn, okay, you're making a good thing, but nobody's responding to it. We are after money. So that's what I'm saying. Even it doesn't mean that it has to be multiplied. But what I'm saying is everything has to have at least a goal. And if you don't meet those goals, we've seen Star Wars was taken from EA. So that's what I'm saying. They're all different.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. We don't know. I think that there are definitely expectations.
In that scenario, Spider-Man would be pulled away from PlayStation for the next game. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying that if Spider-Man 2018 didn't sell enough, the IP would be pulled away from PlayStation and a multi-plat studio would make it. Not, we need to make sure that this goes to everybody. Because Xbox is offering their games to everyone except for PlayStation. And PlayStation makes up 20 to 25% of the global gaming population. People don't realize that.
No. What I am saying is that when Marvel gave Blade to Xbox, Xbox might say, we want this to be exclusive. And Marvel might say, good. As long as we're getting enough revenue, I suspect Marvel will be okay. Sometimes exclusive helps you sell more. So there's no obligation that putting it multi-plat is always the solution. But what I'm saying is that if Sony had sold 1 million copies over IP as big as Spider-Man, that is not something that can be casually overlooked. And it might mean they now look elsewhere. That's all I'm saying. So it's just expectations. I think you're not seeing that I'm saying it is the company looking out for itself and they get a slice of how much you're making. So if you're doing poorly,
I think you're right.
We're seeing like multiple instances of haven't we? Like MLB is a good example because they had a deal with Sony for years and they went, actually, we want a bigger bit of this pie, and they made them publish. Well, MLB published it themselves to other platforms, but they made that Sony studio keep working on it and make it for other platforms if they wanted to be involved with that IP at all. Disney is a weird one because they very much changed strategy. They had a massive pivot a few years ago that impacted all of their studios and all of their properties, where they said, actually, So it's not so much that EA were flopping these games entirely. We know that there was some fallout from Battlefront and all the rest of it where they weren't happy, but it was more a strategic change from EA where they decided actually they got rid of their own internal studios and they said we're going to license everything out to everyone as much as we can. So what their deal is with Blade and Xbox, I mean, we're not there. None of us know at this point in time. They're obviously not mandating exclusivity everywhere. I don't think Blade, like much as we like the aesthetic of the first couple of films, I don't think it is a massive IP. It's not one of their like high value ones like Spiderman, so it's quite possible they're quite happy for that to be exclusive to Xbox. We'll see.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you guys think like Arcane? I don't know. I wouldn't have thought of them as the first people to give that IP.
Arcane Leon is a weird one for the Blade.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like if I even look at the Gears of War developers, if they got Blade, somehow I feel like I might, there'd be more hype. And then let me tell you, Blade as a character is, in my, like, I like Spiderman the game, but I like Blade the character more.
Way more.
If you if you like the Wesley Snipes. So if I was the guy who was given the IP, now first thing I'm recreating Wesley Snipes. That is Blade.
I would do the same as well, to be honest.
Hyper realistic graphics, not stylized, and graphic, because Wolverine, I tell you, if there's even a hint of stylized cartoon graphics, people will be disappointed. They want gore, and gore realistic, not cartoon blood, real gore. So right. Arcane Leon was a very interesting choice. However, sometimes, you know, these studios can shock us, but I find, like, if you look at how did Insomniac get Spider-Man, they showed us with Sunset. If you look at how did Naughty Dog get to Last of Us, they went from Jack and Dexter, then you go to Uncharted, then you go to like, you see the progression. Here you're not seeing it. I wonder how it's going to translate.
It's divergent. Like, it is a weird like leap from Deathloop to then Blade, which is then a stylized, more cartoony Blade. I see what you're saying there. I would have loved a more realistic Gears, like dirty, gritty Blade from Wesley Snipes version. Way more. But I do like. I'm reminded of Spider-Man 2's art style, which is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, the movies art style. And that kind of looks very similar. So I didn't mind the art style at all. I thought it was looked quite nice. But I do want the violence. I do want it to be, and it feels like it's got the music in there. They got a little proper like grime playing and all of that. I think it'll be okay. It'll be interesting to see. But I know where you're coming from. We'll see.
I have to go. Thanks for having me on your show.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know this one has dragged for nearly 4 hours. We haven't dragged. We have a lot to talk about. We've got 550 people to watch it.
Jeff started playing the wrap it up music for me.
Ace, we don't have a 2-man template. Could we still run it in case both gents need to disappear?
Do we need to?
I can stay for like 10 more minutes. I can stay for
okay, well, we'll wrap it up quickly then. Colt, before you, do you want to say your outros and then we'll say memes, because there's so many games. I guess you know what? Actually, gents, let me wrap it up, because there's a lot of games I'll highlight that we can perhaps talk about next week and just focus on the games. We've talked about some of the main stuff here anyway. We talked about, I'm just going to check, we got Hellblade. The heavy
stuff, yeah.
The heavy stuff we have. There's a lot that is a testament to Jeff Keighley's show that we could talk about. So let's wrap it up, everyone in chat. Please hit the like button if you're enjoying it. And we got King Thrash. Is the actual King Thrash? Shout out to you, man. It goes the $5 super chat. It goes, problem is licensing an Xbox user base. Contract's going to have a unit goal, and it may need to be on other platforms to make that goal. Perhaps, this is what we were discussing, King Thrash. But I don't know if Blade is that title to really be the one to have that kind of a stringent or strict unit goal. And Game Pass
his and Odie's explanation of that means that in a year from after release of Blade only on the Xbox ecosystem, they would have to consider bringing it to another platform. So, I mean, you're talking 6 to 7 years. Like, well, if you're saying that there's an agreement with the for sales figure amount, then this wouldn't be something that happens.
No, that's not what Thrash is not saying. That Thrash is saying they have a goal. So if the goal is not, if you're meeting the goal on your platform, they'll say easy. And sometimes they get greedy and say, you know what, my goal has changed. That happens. But please don't mistake it for meaning everything must be multiplat. Multiplat fails a lot of the time. Yeah. So it's if you have Blade and then Blade becomes synonymous with Xbox, it also adds the hype. You get people buying it, not even because they like it. It's because this is Xbox. I want to support Xbox. So that works for them. So it's just that if it goes into the night quietly, like there are some games which Xbox has released, even PlayStation, which just they fade. I don't think paid anything that is an IP that you pay for, you are looking at it more keenly.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you're right. And you know, Titanfall 1 was associated with just an Xbox as a result of the marketing, and Microsoft last minute swiped that as a permanent timed exclusive, and that did better than Titanfall 2, which was multi-plat. Although that was a little bit more complicated because it was spread everywhere. But you'll release it at a really bad time. But yeah, you know, we don't know that. But I think they'll also look at monthly the user metric isn't just sales, it could be like engagement, and Blade getting that kind of a resurgence in numbers will actually feed positively to a show which might not get that many good numbers anyway. So you know, we'll see. Daddy Passion Official with a $2 super chat. I liked Hellblade's combat better than The Witcher 3's combat. Fuck yes. Witcher 3 sucked ass. I'm sorry, it sucked. Justin Boardroom, thank you for the $5 super chat, because I think it would be cool if Sega had a hardware reboot in the handheld market. They do the little ones here. I want them to a new Dreamcast. I'll be honest with you. I would love that more than anything. Kendrick Starr, Blade is a fucking boss in Midnight Suns. Top 3 character. He disagrees with you, Asa. You said he didn't like him in Midnight Suns.
Like it might be a top 3 character mechanically in terms of power levels and all the rest of it, but his one-liners are bad in that game. I only played the first 2 hours. But Blade, you're so funny over and over again because he's not.
I know you got to handle with care. I like what they showed with Blade, and I think it'll be good hands. But let's see. All right, chat. It has been an interesting show for some masala at the start to then talking about the games, which we'll have to segment the show into next week. But before we do, Jets, I'm so sorry. I know it's gone for a while, especially for Oti. He's there. He's going to wake up, have breakfast in 5 minutes.
It's okay.
Sorry, Colt, I know you have to go, man. So tell the people, man, who the hell are you? Apart from being a blind expert, like Oti says, you're a piece of No, just tell the people.
No, it was good to have the discussion with Oti and hang out across the planet. I'll be on XNC Monday, and I think I've got other stuff going on the rest of the weekend. Oh my gosh, it's like dark out. I'm looking out my window now. Yeah, thanks so much for having me on, and thanks for everybody for supporting what we do, and lots of stuff to look forward to. Let's overhype it, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it! Because overhype has begun. Oti, with a cheeky smile, man. Oti, I hope you had a good time, man.
This was a lot of fun. It was also interesting to see where we maybe where we relate. Differ. I already knew. Yeah, but where we agree was more interesting, and I think in terms of outlook, like I'll be honest with you, 2023 for me was one of the best years I've had in a long time for gaming, and I just wanted to give a shout out to my friends. We played GT religiously, more or less like every week, and what I can say is I'd really love for you guys to give that game a try, just to understand the depth of that game, because if you play it casually you might not understand, but there's a reason it is the most loved sim, and there's a reason. Like this week I think over 300,000 guys did one of the time trials. It is the game that Sony has that I think has the highest number of users a week. I don't know about Destiny, but GT, Gran Turismo is not a joke. It's genuinely played by very many people. But it's just that the people who play it might not be as vocal as, let's say, even God of War guys, despite more guys playing Gran Turismo. Yeah, so I just say, once you play it, play it for a few weeks and then reach a conclusion. And I think you might be surprised. You guys are welcome to join.
I might do that, and I will do that. And hey, listen, I'll be if I enjoy it, and I'll say, you know what, I like this better than Forza. I will 100% say it. So I will try it, especially the VR is a big push, big pull. So I definitely need to just time with the races. Even with Forza, I haven't had time because I'm freaking so many games. I mean, playing Halo Infinite too much. But you're right. And if you're saying that and appealing to me to say, guys, just try it more than you have, then absolutely, I think there's
If you hate it afterwards, fine, because every game is not for everybody. But I can tell you, like, especially VR as the game changer, that took GT to astronomical level. When I'm playing and I look at another guy, I'm passing. I feel I am passing him. And the rivalry, I can tell you, sometimes me and the guys like Social will not talk for three days because of I defeated him or he defeated me at the line. It is different from the 2D experience. If you can play it in 3D, in VR, we invite you to come and play with us. I think you'll have it. Although Gaz, you have beef, so I'll invite you cautiously.
No. So that I won't. Trust me, I don't come up with the mindset of I'm going to be a dick to this game unnecessarily. I honestly, you will see that. Like, I will not be. I don't have that mindset. On socials to make fun of things, fine. But in earnest, I take my reviews and my opinions on those things very seriously. I don't let the console warring penetrate that too much in my discourse. Realistic when I'm not fucking around. But definitely will do, and I definitely will. And there is a big probability I will change my mind because I loved what I played in the VR. But we'll see. Try Forza as well, you piece of shit. What the fuck? This is a two-way street, bro. Try Forza Motorsport as well.
I will. I just
you look like you're in pain with saying that.
No. I have a 4090. The problem is it needs to be brought into the country, and let's just say there's some technical issues with our taxes now. It's nearly like I'll be paying a lot more to bring it in. If I'm playing Forza with my graphic card, I think it'll look good, but I'd like to play Forza at the
best.
Yeah, or like
your PC.
I want to play it on PC at high levels.
Badly optimized on PC. So wait for that.
Oh, really?
Microsoft fucked up. It's really bad. That's why the reviews are so bad, because it fucked up. Colt's getting worse performance on his PC, which is 3070, than he is on his Xbox.
3080, but I realized.
Is it fine for you?
I have a 3080, but I had 16 gigs of RAM. I just put in 64 this morning. I have 64 gigs now. So a big problem.
A lot of people are saying the game is not running that well.
I don't want to talk about Forza anymore because Colt needs to go for one thing. The PC performance on it has been fine for me, but obviously I have a quite powerful PC, so it's not indicative of everybody's performance. I hadn't heard of Forza being bad for anyone on PC particularly, but it is.
I heard quite a bit about that. It's supposed quite bad. And yes, Albert, fucking Blade over Spiderman any day of the week. Are you fucking joking, Blad? No chance. Shut the fuck. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good time. Oti, tell the people where they can find you. Like, what's next apart from making memes on socials?
Yeah, man. Let me tell you, I'm not a YouTube. I don't really do YouTube vids as such. Sometimes I store the memes there. Twitter is just for jokes, but I really like Twitter for the fact that it helped me get the community. The community I have to play online games with, because now I'm grown up. I'm no longer living with my bro, so local multiplayer used to be the thing, but Twitter has really helped me find very nice people to play with. So that's where I am most of the weekends. Playing online with that community. So I mean, I'm on Twitter, but if I would say that the blessing of Twitter has just been the community.
Yeah, shout out to the Twitter community and the Gran Turismo fans who are pieces of like Retro in the chat. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go. Asa, do you want to do outro, or should we just say goodbye?
I'm doing an outro. Yeah, everybody watch my Spider-Man review. It's really good, and my other reviews. I'm enjoying doing those. There's loads of VR games at the moment, so we're not talking about those. But it's a wildly good time for virtual reality at the moment. I'm just making people aware of that. Resident Evil and Arizona Sunshine and Asgard's Wrath and Resident Evil, I already said, but there's a ton of stuff and it's wild to me. So I'm going to be playing a bunch of those on my channel as well. Thanks, Oti and Colt. Colt, I know you need to go, so I'm talking quickly. And thanks everyone and everyone in chat as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. And remember, PlayStation's roadmap is dog shit. Take care, everyone. Hit the like button.